Yeah, okay, everyone. First of all, we'll wait for a second for the police to drive by. Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you for all of you for coming today. We have our big year exhibition. Really excited for this. As you might know, it's been now 10 years since we have these exhibitions here in the summer. It started first with students. It continued with different chairs that kind of took this effort onto them. And after Corona, um, this came back to the students. So since last year, we started this experiment, and I'm really proud to see how it's evolving from last year to now. And the topic of this year is different than last year. Last year, we were really still focused on Corona, all the things happening. But now we're back at the uni. It's normal uni time again. But what we also figured out was that being back here also means being back in our bubble. There's different bubbles here in the Institute. We have the bubbles of all the different chairs. We have the bubble of all the different friend groups. We have the bubble of the foreign people, the exchange students, the typologies, the masters, bachelors, all of these little bubbles in this house. But obviously, of course, we are one huge bubble compared to all of the world outside. And for this year's topic, the students decided we want to change that. We want to break through these bubbles. And so this year's topic is all about pop it. So we want to pop these bubbles, we want to break out. And for you guys, we have a very beautiful exhibition today. We'll walk through it. You can look at it also tomorrow. And it will be followed also with talks continuing at tomorrow at 11, going into the evening. And then we'll finalize the big pop with our party. And before we kind of start with the first installation of the students, I would like the group to quickly come up here so we can just say hi, show each other. So just for a quick view. Don't be shy, get around. Yeah, so you can see all of these beautiful students took part in this experiment and created this whole event, this little festival, I would say. And one more time, I would like to say thank you for your work. It was a great semester, and maybe give them a little round of applause. And before I continue talking, you all know that I love to talk. I would just say, let's pop it and let's start.
So thank you for all for coming here. The first installation is an installation the talks team did, and it kind of introduces the topic of this year's exhibition. So we installed 3 different bubbles, out of which one is showcasing kind of like the voices of this institute. Throughout this semester, we did a few surveys asking the people of the Institute of Architecture here at the TU Berlin different kind of questions concerning the topic of bubble and popping it. And these are showcased here and also are referring to the talk we are going to have tomorrow. And other than that, there are 2 more bubbles which need to be constructed by all of you. So the idea is to give you kind of an expression of the topic, and then at the end of this Rundgang, maybe you can pose a few questions, answers, demands that you have considering anything. architecture and all the other bubbles that exist. And yeah, kind of like experience the installation afterwards. And then I would say, let's go inside.
So just please follow us inside, just into the foyer, before we continue upstairs. Okay, so gather round, gather round. Kannst du es noch lauter? Test, Test. Test, Test. Test, 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 Test. Okay, so? Okay. So of course it would be a bit one-sided if we would just ask people from the Institute to pop these bubbles. So this installation is called Bubbles from the City. And you see some bigger bubbles up here, like the one in blue or this one in orange. And these were questions that the student placed throughout the city. And they tried to ask normal people questions about architecture. So for example, one of the questions would be, what actually, how they would describe the architecture in their neighborhood. And we also have a few more questions. For example, so what do you think the future city will look like? And balloons to see the answers the student placed from all the people throughout the city. So we would all like to invite you to take some time today or tomorrow to see and kind of be inspired by the ideas from the normal public outside of our bubble. And this idea was to kind of break with just being focused on us and giving a voice to the people outside in the city. Yeah. 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 Thanks. Great. And now we will all meet you upstairs in the 9th floor. But we would all meet you at the 9th floor at 5:30. So we have 17 minutes to get up there. And for everyone who would like to use the stairs, please use the fire staircase, because there's also installation from the exhibition team in the back. So not the first one, the second one. And we try to kind of give you an experience of popping bubbles in this staircase. So maybe you just want to take a few flights of stairs, not all the 9 floors, but we'd all like you to experience this little installation. And then we will see you upstairs at 5:30.
Geht das?
Ja? Ich muss mal. Solange das müssen wir jetzt auch haben. Ja.
Das macht schön Hintern. Ein Bubblebutt. Was? Aber gibt man ein Bubblebutt?
Wir müssen nach vorne.
Wohin?
Die Box vielleicht draußen stehen lassen und das Mikro drin.
Die Box hat den Sender immer losfahren.
Ich glaube, es ist besser, jetzt was zu sagen und dann laufen wir durch, oder? Ja, und Keine Rasterrechten.
Necessary. Ja, genau.
Also, weißt du, ich wusste ja bis jetzt nichts davon. Das weiß ich ja nicht. Normalerweise hast du über ein Semester, aber das ist vielleicht ein Jahr. Und ich denke, und es wird über die verträgt. Deswegen kann ich das auch gar nicht einsehen. Das ist so das Problem, weil es ist schon bezahlt. Und
And just for everybody who's already here, we still have some time, but if you want to take a flyer, please be free to take one with you. Okay, everyone, maybe we can quiet down a little bit. Could I have your attention, please? Thank you so much. Okay, so just before I hand over, I just wanted to say for everybody who's interested, we got some flyers here for you. Feel free to take them. And I think everybody who walked the stairs now experienced how difficult and hard it is to pop the bubble. And yeah, so now I want to hand over to the chair for architecture theory. I'm really excited to listen to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. We are really honored to start. It's really, we are delighted that we have the opportunity to start the experience through this building. You are now at the Chair of Architectural Theory, led by Jörg Leiter. He's now in sabbatical, and this is the reason why I'm here. And I'm Lidia Gasperoni. I'm a postdoc research and teaching associate here at the Chair of Architectural Theory. And in the last year, I had the pleasure to work with my dear colleague, Klaus Platzkummer, who is writing also a PhD thesis on architectural mediality in the contemporary architecture. And I like also to thank today Katrin Ritter and Han Hoffmann for supporting our work. And many thanks to be here today. We will present our ways of thinking a little bit out of the bubble, reconceiving architectural theory in research, but I think today much more in also in teaching. And in our teaching practices, we are trying to understand architectural theory as something that is not just superimposed as a kind of abstract thinking, but we are trying to apply architectural theory in the fields of the production of knowledge in the architectural practices. And this is the reason why we are also in the years collaborating with many other chairs of these institutes and also trying to open up the field of architectural practices, also embedding into the architectural theories new form of practices and making theories also in a different way. This is the reason why you will see that we are also working in teaching experimental with different media and also questioning also in the last 2 semesters the role of film and also of other media, like for example drawing practices, to really grasp the generative value of theory. In this sense, theory is not just something that is abstract, but is contributing to many different fields of knowledges. And I think we will see now, starting from us, so many practices in this building. They're also trying to produce knowledge in many different fields of the architectural thinking and making. And in this semester or in the last year, I have the privilege also to collaborate with the department and with the chair led by Rana Hill, for construction and design. And so you will see also our work on the 7th floor regarding a book that we are also going to publish in the coming months regarding the new ways of thinking typologies in the age of the Anthropocene. And at the chair, we are also together with Klaus reflecting together on 2 crucial topics of the contemporary challenges of architecture. The first one is the Anthropocene and the contemporary challenges of ecology, trying to reflect on the way we are positioning ourselves in architecture also towards the environments. And the other issues that we are trying also to investigate together in teaching is exactly the role of media and the generative value of media practices in understanding and making architecture. And this is my also moment in which I give you the word, Klaus, for presenting also your teaching practice. You will see that you will see a video and a screen also in the, maybe in the contrary position, to show that you are really questioning also the role, how we are using images for producing also architecture and architectural knowledge.
Yes, thank you, Lydia. What you will see on this screen just mentioned by Lydia, on the right-hand side, when you enter this room, then is the results of a seminar I taught in the past semester on the knowledge practice of forensics. Forensics is a well-known practice in the meantime in the field of architecture, but maybe sometimes here and there not necessarily well reflected what it actually does. Let me try with a short definition. Forensics is a knowledge practice within the material organization of events situated among traces like bones, documents, ruins, entire landscapes. The epistemic goal of forensic practitioners might be to translate those material constellations of traces into evidence and to reconstruct events, most probably crimes, and to potentially make these things public. As sites where these traces are inscribed or left over, infrastructures, buildings, architectures are often, even only tacitly, unfold an agency in this forensic knowledge practice. So in the seminar, we focused on a historical selection of these practices, their sites of operations, the techniques involved, their institutional and counter-institutional role, and other aspects. Our reading discussion led to discussions around different theories of knowledge, circled around concepts such as epistemic injustices, epistemic advantages, and epistemic oppressions. What you will see is the result. It resulted in a couple of video essays, really reconstructing events with material traces still visible in the city of Berlin. And it usually tackled crimes with a geopolitical dimension.
So I like to suggest also to go into the room so we can also move and floating.
7 minutes.
7 minutes? Okay. As if we are.
Yeah, no, like 1 more minute.
Yeah, this is also my.
5 hours, 10 hours.
Okay, then also we will have the opportunity to be here in the room also tomorrow. I like just to mention that we have the fantastic work also by Lina Toro. Lina will be also tomorrow be in the room, also have discussing with you. And the publication that you see on the table are intending to really be an invitation also for everyone who want also to work with us also in the coming semesters. And we will be also in the day here, and we are really hoping to discuss with you. And I don't know, we can move or we can enter. So we discussed to enter.
Yes, so maybe to walk to the next studio, we just walk once through, or everybody who's interested in it. And we maybe already go downstairs to prepare for the next chair, but everybody for a brief moment just to get an experience and maybe to walk through this installation and come back tomorrow. Thank you so much. And we all meet you now in a few minutes. So for all the guests, the chair is just 1 floor down.
Chair for urban design, urbanization, like how Luke likes to call it CUD, but it's a CUD. We have two projects on disposal at the moment. So this, what you see here is a collaboration with Natural Building Lab, like we taught together, our two teams, Schöner Schöneberg and Verko Markovic. And Nina probably should come. We'll talk about it briefly. And on this side, like this will be the second presentation. It's our kind of guest lecturer, Rosario Talevi, who taught research and design studio with like very beautiful results. So we start in this section, and go for it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our studio. So as Jörg said, we kind of had a little bit of, you can see summer semester here. It's kind of divided in two, actually three studios. On the left side, you will see then Rosario's studio. She was a visiting lecturer this semester, and Schöneberg studio is here. This is a collaboration between two chairs, Chair for Urban Design and Natural Building Lab. There's a little description here. We were working with, studio was called Schöner Schöneberg. We were working on north part of Schöneberg, one kind of interesting block between Potsdamer Straße and Kupfersteinstraße and Bulowstraße, as you can see here. We kind of describe this block as kind of very dynamic and very kind of also conflictual block that is going through a lot of transformation currently due to kind of new developments. And we will kind of trigger for us was two sites that belong to the city, where city wants to develop multi-generational house and youth center. This is two kind of sites that belong to the city, and we kind of work collaboratively because we wanted to look at from the social, resourcial perspective and kind of material resources. After kind of working on these two scales, so it's a urban chair from the urban perspective, then we went to 5 different urban concepts, so you can see them here kind of around. And then we scaled down to almost each group had 3 to 4 architecture projects. So basically, this is kind of like a little bit of a hybrid studio, experimental studio that we tried to do. After finishing our projects, we went last week to Mordstrassenfest, where we wanted to bring our projects to the neighborhood, to the Nachbarschaft. This was the queer street festival. This is why this tent is here, and also a little bit impression from the street fest. We needed kind of feedback from the neighborhood because we were working with such a kind of sensitivity and also kind of complex topics around, and also because we are kind of offering a new development in the area to pick up the feedbacks from the studio. And this was kind of important for us then to bring back the feedback from the outside back to the university. That's why you can see this second part. This is from us. If you have any questions, you can ask us. And I will give the mic to Rosario.
Thank you. So my studio is on the other side, and I've been working with a small group of students on the looking at hybrid infrastructures. What is this concept through the lens of cohabitation? And we basically departed from a case study here in Berlin, which is a rainwater retention basin and also the site of the floating university. And then the students, after doing some mapping exercise, which you can also see, had the freedom to decide what they wanted to do. So that's why you're going to see different proposals. We have from research on materials and their circularity, also propositions on how to negotiate, distribute, and care for rainwater from a multi-species perspective, and also more, let's say, artistic projects, videos, and collages. And yeah, you're welcome to see them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this quick intro presentation, and I would like you all to come by tomorrow with some more time. But now, please follow me, and we go to the next chair, the chair for sustainable urbanism. So please follow to the next room. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, let's try and quiet down, and I hand over.
Hi, welcome to our studio. We are the chair for sustainable urbanism. That's me, Moritz, Georg, Sarah, Theo, Ben, and Mujin, who cannot be here today. And what you see here is the work of 7 studios, actually, 5 design studios. So it's 4 master studios, 1 bachelor studio, 1 seminar, and 2 thesis classes, which are still running. So it's about 50 projects that you can see here. And we decided to show almost all of them, of all the students that wanted to show. So on the left-hand side, behind the curtain, there's actually a project which is also taking place in the female bathroom, and you're encouraged to try that and see it. Then here on the table, we see some thesis projects. We see works of the Freie Klasse, of 2 studios of the Freie Klasse Stadt. The students can come with sort of topics, things which they are interested in and work on it. So there's a variety of this here. Then here you see a seminar that was run by Ben and Mujin, which took also place in Luckenwalde. There is a documentary about the demolition of a building, as well as what's the term for? Yes. So that's a documentary about the deconstruction of a building in a landfill, which is really beautiful. I encourage you to see it. There's another documentary which you can see here about people living in the Schlangenbader Straße. It has been done by 2 students that also spend a lot of time there with these people. If you would like to take a summer walk in Brandenburg, you can have a look at the project that is looking at the works of Theodor Fontane and rediscovering it with 3D scans today. There's a transformation strategy for the for the port of Hamburg, which is very interesting to look at. Architecture for animals, which will be placed in the garden of Aedes. Planning for the stadium of Hertha BSC. Why not? I mean, we can discuss, but the development of different gels and how they could be applied in architecture. A seminar that was organized by the students that design furniture, which you can see in the building, where the students build furniture pieces that from materials they found on eBay without any price. This is also a studio bachelor, 2nd year, 3rd semester, so the first Städtebauentwurf, which was taught by Ben and Mujin last semester. So the students designed a fictional housing community in the outskirts of Berlin. Yeah, on the right-hand side, you see the studio, which took place in Luckenwalde this semester at 6 projects which are presented. You see a screen where Matthias is standing. This showed a bit the process of how we work there with the people on site. It was a big learning curve to understand the town. And just take your time and explore the work. All I can say is I want to thank all the students for being with us for 1 year. I would like to say a big thank you to the team, especially also to Georg for being with us. And since this is the end, we wanted to leave you with a cool message. Of course, that's right. Okay, switch on the box. Yeah.
Hey, and in the name of the Institute, I want to say thank you to Moritz and the team and whatever you pulled off in this year. So thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. So with your beautiful ice cream in hand, I would like you all to follow us downstairs. And we see each other one floor down at FG Heer. So see you there right now in one moment. Just go down the flight of stairs. Okay, everyone, maybe we can kind of gather here a little bit, quiet down. Yes. Psh. Okay, thank you, everyone. Then I don't want to say too much and just hand over to Professor Rainer Hehl.
Hey, hello everybody. We are the Fachgebiet für Baukonstruktion und Entwerfen, but we are also coordinating the MArchT program, the Master of Typology program. That's why we asked the Master of Ceremonies to have a little bit of an extension, more than 7 minutes, so maybe we will talk 3 minutes more, because we would like to talk about both areas, let's say. But I want to begin with saying thank you to the team. Who is the team? It's Tobias Schrammek, it's Marta Guardado, and this semester Lisa Van Heiden is having a Lehrauftrag here, and Lisa also coordinated the whole year exhibition, and there is also Peter Richter and Jan Wiegand as tutors. We have a setup where we start here with actually our teaching technology. This is the yellow room, which is always defined by a yellow curtain and this table where usually 11 to 12 people fit. This is the size of a group where we think we can have a kind of one-to-one conversation, because it's very important for us to discuss in various constellations. And then we always have the camera here on top for table presentations, so people who cannot see what happens on the table can see it on the screen, which is not set up right now at the moment. Today, we lowered the table to have more a Japanese version of it, which displays a mock-up, a dummy of the MArchT studio. I'm conducting that intro studio since 4 years as a guest professor, and it's the first time that we managed to assemble the methods so far in a comprehensive publication in collaboration, in a very close collaboration with architecture theory, with Lidia Gasparoni, who already mentioned the publication upstairs. Maybe in 2 minutes, it's called Future Typologies, Reassembling Architecture in the Anthropocene. So we're in the middle of the Anthropocene while this ice cream is melting. We know that temperatures are rising. But we could also say it's about the question, what is the future language of architecture in face of the threatened planet, the challenges that we are facing right now. We did extensive research here on very specific phenomena of the Anthropocene, desertification, deforestation. And if I say these words, it is clear that typology is not anymore only about the architecture object, which is classically the case, but typology is suddenly more about environments. So meaning that architecture is connected to the natural environments, but also to the social environment. And we focused on 3 fields. We called it ground, which is including the consideration how really the ground is made, how the soil is composed. Air is about atmospheric conditions of architecture. And then we said kinship is also very crucial, but because it defines not only the relationship between humans, but also the relationships and connections between humans and animals, nature, and in an extended sense, the whole environment. So this publication is not establishing a code for a future language of the Anthropocene where architects have to follow, but rather typology is used as a research method, how we investigate the Anthropocene, but also as a design method that opens up possibilities. So reassembling means we want to expand the language of architecture in order to allow new possibilities and new constellations. As I said, it's just a mock-up. It's a dummy, so don't take pictures. And we hope that we will have the digital version, open access digital version in October. But now I'm giving a quick overview, we have a seminar which is called Typewriter, which is about maybe the future of how we design architecture by using apps, maybe. Tobias will present. We have a bachelor studio that we taught in the summer semester, which is called Shelter. Tobias will also present. Then we will show pieces of Everyday Matters, which was already exhibited in the pavilion on the Ernst-Reuter-Platz in February. And finally, we will have a surprise, an extension to this studio, which will be presented by Lisa. Right? And now I hand over to Tobias.
Thank you, Rainer. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. I will make it quick. The typewriter seminar, the name was inspired by a configurator by Jonas Friedman, the utopist architect from France. And he developed a script for users to participate in the design process by a digital tool, by this configurator. And unfortunately, these ideas were never widely implemented. And so we thought it would be interesting to reevaluate them, especially against the background of the housing crisis, which is an international crisis. And at the same time, digital tools are evolving, and they are getting better and better. So I thought that we as architects, we should really work with that and think about that. So this seminar, the task was to develop configurators for architectures. And it was based on the analysis of references of building systems from different decades. And these building systems were then modeled, analyzed, and then by the use of Grasshopper and other tools, the students developed configurators with different focuses. For example, the building scale, apartment scale, urban scale. And these configurators can then be used, for example, by housing cooperatives as an alternative means of the development of architecture, as an alternative to the rigid and not very qualitative social housing that we are facing at the moment. Maybe now we go over to the bachelor studio. The name was Give Me Shelter, and it was inspired by a book, by a publication of an architect, thank you, by an architect called Lloyd Kahn. He was part of the counterculture movement, which arose in California in the 1960s and 70s. And the book is very interesting because it's a collection of different references of vernacular architectures from different regions of the world, but also of different experimental architectures linked to the idea of counterculture, for example, domes, which also go together with a whole different idea of living together. This shelter thematic led us to think the architecture again from the beginning, and it leads back to Vitruve and Logier and to the concept of the primitive hut. And especially nowadays, against also the backdrop of crisis, climate change, wars, etc., we thought that it would be good to rethink architecture in its essentials. So we reduced the scale, and we thought different programs in 3 different sites. One site is Grunewald, and the topic of the site is retreat. So thinking about different living models, life models. The other site is at ZKU in Kreuzberg, where it was about to rethink the artist or cultural residency. And the last site is Kreuzberg, sorry, it's over there, which is about refugee homes. The whole studio was taught together with tech, and we began with the analysis of references, vernacular, modern, and contemporary references that were discussed structurally and sometimes translated into projects. We worked a lot with working models, and in the end, we even managed to reach the detailed scale. So I now hand over to Marta.
Yes, and now I will take you to the back of the studio. Here we'll find the work of our students from a master studio that it was called Everyday Matters. It was a very extraordinary studio because what we did was actually to look at the overseen, at the underrated, so at the phenomena of the everyday, which, as we realize, is what maintains the status quo, but also these phenomena that has this potential of actual social transformation. So this sort of like, this notion that means also resilience, but also instability. And we invited the students to choose to choose one ordinary living condition that they would like to investigate and use the learnings of this ordinary to create, to develop site-specific interventions. So the beginning of our studio was led by a photo seminar that was the tool that we provided or that we proposed to students to investigate these ordinary conditions. Was taught by Sarah Pfeiffer. Here we can see the work. And around us, we have 4 examples of the work. In this part, we have a project that deals with the intimate niches in the urban space and proposes as an infrastructure, a collective infrastructure for communal bathing as a program to accept ourselves, but also to accept those that are different. Here in this space, we have one proposal that was looking an underused commercial center, looking at the form and trying to grasp its potential, but also playing with imagination and with the storytelling to reactivate it. Here on the back, we have another project from students that spend the semester working in a construction site, really engaging with craft practices and materializing the most intense moments of these crafts into artifacts that we can read their journey in this wall. And here we have another project that was developed using the creativity and the inventions of the people as a resource for developing an architectural proposal. And we will have more material of the seminar at the end, other videos that deal with other ordinary moments in the city of Berlin. And it's interesting to say that many of our students were international students, so it was a quite diverse and exciting rediscovering of the city of Berlin. And now I will hand the microphone to Lisa, which has a very beautiful last surprise.
Entschuldigung, es gibt noch zum Schluss noch eine Ankündigung. Wir haben eine Pop-up-Installation in der Halle 7 vorbereitet. Passend zum Thema Pop-It Bubble gibt es ein Kino, in dem die Filme, die in dem Everyday Matters Studio entstanden sind, gezeigt werden. Und es war eigentlich ein lustiger Zufall, weil es gibt dieses Thema und es gibt auch noch diese Nadelinstallation und gemeinsam haben wir zusammen diesen Raum bespielt. Genau, und die Filme in dem Kino zeigen die Lebensrealität der Studierenden aus dem Everyday Matter Seminar aus der Bubble heraus. Genau, Dankeschön.
Okay, thank you for this quick insight. And now please follow me. We have to go through the same door out and then walk to the left. And we're going to stop in the big hall. So please, through the door you came in, to the left. Achtung, einmal Technik, einmal Technik, einmal Technik. Platz da, Platz da. Achtung, Technik, Technik, Technik. Ja, wie sagt schön. Technik, Technik. Nee, nicht drauf. Also wenn du willst, ja. Can we turn off this video that's happening in the bubble so we can understand? Okay. Or maybe it's possible to pause.
Ich muss dann so ein bisschen. Kannst du das mal reinstecken?
Okay. Great. So now we're here at one of the next installation from the exhibition group, and I will hand over to you guys.
Okay, so this is an installation from us, the IfA Expo group, and we obviously thought about the topic puppet a bit and how you can identify and define the bubble you live in, how can you question the bubble you live in, and with which tools could you potentially pop the bubble you are part of.
So for us, the needle that is hanging here is kind of the symbol of the kind of reflection, how to reflect on your own bubble or where you're, kind of what is your boundary around you and how to get out of it. And the questions on the floor are kind of more or less playful, to ask yourselves and to see kind of where your bubble is and where to, maybe how to get out of it. And yes, the needle is kind of the symbol of this reflection of your bubbles. Enjoy.
Okay, then maybe just follow me. We'll go.
We stay here.
Oh, we stay here?
And then we go in.
Okay.
Because I think it's so beautiful you're all here. So we stay
Yeah,
here.
great. Then I will just hand over right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hello, welcome. Whereas we are in Halle 7, which is somehow a bit our, let's say, it's our bubble too, because we are the Fachgebiet with rooms. And actually, I'll invite you in a moment to follow us in starting this room. And I really have to, where are the bubble? Where's the bubble team? I really have to, felicitations. I was really happy and I was really proud at how you realized that. And even though how you transcended other artists' works, it's interesting because this is really a bit Barbara Kuber, but it's so beautiful. I just only learned that the bubble was a process and it wasn't meant to be there. And this is about what art or what our work with art within the architecture really is. That you have to accept processes, and it makes it better because the trilogy of these three things is fantastic. I really think this is a great installation. Thank you. And I'm really honored because this is a kind of
how you kind of like use artistic research as a method to find out correspondences of a site and to generate another knowledge and maybe another way of curiosity, which is behind this project. So yeah, so maybe let's get inside and have a look.
I'll just follow you.
Yes, follow me. Ja, das ist ohne Ton. Ja.
Jetzt nur eins ohne Ton.
Wollte ich stehen?
Nö, also, ja, eigentlich haben wir schon alles gesagt. Sehr schön.
Weil wir machen jetzt das weiter. Okay, then I would like you all to follow me and we will continue to the next floor now. You can kind of take in this experience of this exhibition and please follow us to the next floor and to the next chair. We'll just wait a moment for the others to gather around. We also still have 2 minutes. We're even 2 minutes early. Fantastic. Okay. More and more people are joining. The last people also join, maybe? Okay, join from the top. That's great as well. Okay, dann übergebe ich an Professorin Christine Wellner.
Danke, Luke. Luke ist ja quasi heute hier in Doppelrolle. Er ist ja auch bei uns Tutor am Fachgebiet. Herzlich willkommen am Fachgebiet Planungs- und Bauökonomie Immobilienwirtschaft. Wir sind die mit den Zahlen, könnte man denken, stimmt aber nicht immer. Wir machen auch Dinge ohne Zahlen, nämlich wir haben hier eine Auswahl an unseren sowohl Lehrforschungsprojekten, das heißt, das sind quasi ganz normal unsere Lehrergebnisse, sowie unseren Forschungsprojekten, die mal, zumindest die aktuellen, die jetzt gerade noch laufen, mal auf diesem einen Schaubild zusammengefasst sind. Und da kann man ganz gut sehen, dass wir uns sowohl einerseits mit Zahlen beschäftigen, also wenn wir über Lebenszykluskostenanalysen sprechen, in dem Fall ist das mal Instandhaltungskosten für Kirchen. Aber wir hatten auch andere Projekte, die sich zum Beispiel mit dem Kastenfenster beschäftigt haben, also einem typischen Berliner Bauteil. Und wir haben aber auch Analysen, die oder Forschungsprojekte, die man vielleicht eher in eine soziologische Richtung denken würde, wenn es nämlich um Wohnqualität und Qualitäten von Großwohnsiedlungen geht. Wir haben uns in den letzten Jahren relativ viel mit Großwohnsiedlungen beschäftigt, sowohl in der Lehre als auch in der Forschung und haben das immer miteinander verknüpft. Und unsere Lehrforschungsprojekte in den letzten beiden Wintersemestern waren dann auch zu Großwohnsiedlungen. Einmal zu Neu-Hohenschönhausen und im letzten Wintersemester zur Thermometersiedlung, wo Sie ein Plakat da hinten sehen, wenn Sie hier noch vorbeigehen. Genau. Und worum geht es uns da? Geht es uns letztendlich darum, auch wieder eine in Klammern ökonomische, aber eben nicht nur ökonomische Bewertung von Nutzungsqualitäten. Und wenn wir von Wohnen sprechen, ist es natürlich die Wohnqualität. Das kann man aber natürlich auch mit anderen Gebäuden machen, also mit anderen Nutzungsarten. Und letztendlich geht es dann darum, zu fragen, wann sind bestimmte Qualitäten von Gebäuden nachgefragt, wie kann man sie erkennen, wie kann man sie vielleicht dadurch logischerweise eben auch verbessern oder erhöhen, aber eben auch erstmal zu verstehen, wie funktioniert eigentlich ein Gebäude, seine Umgebung, die Menschen, die sich um das Gebäude aufhalten, was machen die mit dem Standort, was machen die mit einem Quartier und zum Beispiel bei Tourismus und Wohnqualität in Kleinstädten geht es eben darum, wie Tourismus die Lebens- und Wohnqualität dort beeinflusst. Das kann sowohl positiv als auch negativ sein. Und wir sammeln dort im Grunde Erfahrungen und die dann hoffentlich helfen, bestimmte Dinge dann, sei es durch Planung, aber vielleicht auch durch Politik wieder umzusetzen. Das würde ich sagen, das reicht. Ich aber beantworte natürlich gerne noch Fragen.
Ja, und da möchten wir natürlich auch einladen, morgen beim Spiel teilzunehmen. Das seht ihr auch hier, das Planspiel Qualitäten und Resilienzen. Es ist ein Spiel, was entwickelt wurde, um gerade herauszufinden, was sind denn Dinge, die etwas resilient machen, was sind denn Qualitäten? Und da wollen wir euch einladen, unten im Innenhof, in dem kleinen Holzhaus mit uns morgen zu spielen. Die Marie wird dort sein und wird euch da begleiten. Genau, und dann Machen wir mal weiter, würde ich sagen. Ja, danke erstmal. Vielen Dank. And I'll just switch back to English for everyone. And maybe follow me now and we'll continue down this hallway to Natural Building Lab. So please follow us and gather around. Wollen wir uns da hinstellen? Also die anderen so brauchen. Maybe you can walk through a little bit and we can do a bigger extended circle so the others can gather around as well. Okay, then I would say let's continue. Great that we're a bit ahead of time. And I hand over to Toby. Robin.
Hi,
Sorry.
I'm Robin. I'm part of the team of NBL. And what you can see here is like the result of the earth building seminar we did this semester. And yeah, the focus in this seminar was like obviously building with earth and like experimenting building it by hand and like different types of earth techniques what you can build with. During the seminar, we analyzed a couple of actually built earth-built buildings and experimented with these different types of building with earth. There's, for example, rammed earth or with those bricks and also Velladem. And the results you can see right here, they are the new furniture for the NBL. And yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll listen to hear a bit more from your chair further down. And I would say let's keep up that we're so good and ahead of time. And we will continue now to the chair of FG Wanner. So please just go downstairs, one flight of stairs, and see you there in a moment. Okay, maybe we can walk a bit further so the others can also enter the room. That would be super lovely. Thank you. Great. Okay, then I would say we continue. I won't say too much, just hand over.
Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome to our thesis studio. It's a combined bachelor's and master's thesis, and we are quite lucky to have a kind of real commission from the commune of Neuenhagen, which is on the outskirts of Berlin, on the east of Berlin, just behind the city border. And what you see in the middle of the model is this hole you see is at the moment a garden center or a nursery, you could say, which has been given up something like 2 years ago and has been sold to the Commune of Neuenhagen. And we are doing kind of pre-studies for a Bebauungsplan, which is kind of serious. And the thesis is just underway, so there's almost 2 months to go. And you can also already save the date. In the beginning of October, there will be a jury. The thesis is kind of a student competition with kind of a prominent jury. Everybody's invited to come to Neuenhagen. I think most of you have never been there, so it's worth it probably. And there will also be an exhibition of our work inside the former greenhouses and so on. Maybe I directly continue with the next studio, so we can use the calmness that we have now. On the big studio, inside the big studio is our Grundlehre, so the first years. And this fits actually quite well with the topic of the IfA exhibition, because when it was established almost 3 years ago, it was established with the aim to pop bubbles, because it was the height of the pandemic phase that everyone was suffering from. And we said, okay, we can't meet inside the building, we can't meet at all actually. So we go out, we go to the forest, and we start from zero. And it was very much about finding architecture or finding structures, spaces, and so on. and developing an architecture from scratch, you could say, from zero. It was a lot about finding and inventing rather than learning from books or established concepts. Still, the Grundlehre is based on kind of traditional expressions, you could say. So there's the 5 expressions: place, material, structure, space, and function or program. And these guided us through the first semester in the forest, and then there was a radical shift to the very center of the city, and these expressions were dealt with in a very different surrounding, and it was very interesting to see what happened then. So have a nice walk through, and I think we meet at 13 afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we will just do as you said. Let's walk through here.
Maybe I can add one more thing. So the first and the second semester are shown in a parallel way. So the table is very long, and you see the first and the second semester on either sides. Ja.
Okay, everyone. Please come inside, gather around. Come a bit into the room so you can experience the exhibition. Yeah, also the last of you, please come inside. Okay, then I would ask you all, so a moment of silence, and I hand over to the next studio.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you understand me? Yes. My name is Mechthild Sturmacher, and I had the pleasure to lead this wonderful chair of A13, A13 for the last 2 years, 4 semesters. And here you see the results of the last 2 semesters. To the left, we go to Brussels, and to the right, we go to Blazern, south of Lutherstadt, Wittenberg. We are actually enjoying our bubble, and we actually don't want to pop it. Absolutely not. We believe very, very firmly that architecture is a bubble worth to cherish. And I'm very, very deeply convinced that we as architects have only a right of existence in the future if we cherish our bubble and develop our crafts. And our crafts are lying in design skills, not only making skills. We have to use material. We don't have to invent the material. We have to apply the material, and we have to engage with our surroundings. And our studios are about that. We work within the existing. We believe that there are almost enough buildings already built. So we have to learn to reuse and reuse them in a correct and meaningful manner. And that is a very, very, very big chance for us as architects, because it's about specific interventions, and specificity no one can take, is a handicraft, and nobody can take it from us. So we have celebrated an existing site, the non-monumental buildings of Brussels, a very diverse site in the inner city of Brussels, where we have been working with 2 non-monumental existing school buildings that we have reformed, remodeled, extended, and made a very good new learning environment that had the theme of didactic architecture. And there also we like the theme of the didactic, because we mean with this didactic an architecture that tells us something about it, how it's made. And that is, we learned that also from this very building, but we learned it also from all these new structures and the interventions within existing that the students developed. We believe in model making, not for the sake of the model, but as a tool to learn, to experience architecture, to perceive architecture, and to understand that architecture is actually about the one-to-one scale and the experience of real spaces. That is for us very, very important, and that's the key that we need for understanding also the other monuments. Oh, sorry. Also when we go into the existing context where we deal with monumental buildings. So on the right-hand side, you see a very, very wonderful site that we discovered in Blazern. I think nobody has maybe heard of it. It was in the 17th century, a very, very famous place, because it was the biggest Stadtfarm, Hofgestüt of Europe, where many horses came from. And this is now a ruin, and there is an organization that dreams of developing this into a concert and festival place. And the students practice their skills by proposing interventions in this ruinous context and making wonderful models. It was already a fantastic site. You can see the photograph of the existing situation at the rear. And then I would very much appreciate if you just walk around. I think it's very self-explanatory what we did. And I'm quite convinced that these 2 semesters really changed the way all the participants perceive architecture. I think no one ever will look at the existing with the same kind of naive eyes as we started. 3 months ago, I think most of the students thought, oh, what can I do with this building? Everything is already set. There are only limitations. And now we know that we as architects need those limitations to be able to make this specific architecture. And I think that was a very interesting learning curve, that all these very small, subtle differences between the projects actually are the soul of the project. I would like to end this little speech with thanking, in the first place, all the students. That was a big group of 75 students, bachelor and master mixed, internationals and Germans mixed. And I think we all learned from each other by not making this distinction. I also would love to thank our wonderful tutors, Ole, Julia, and Felix, and Otto, and the previous tutors, Matthias. And I would like to thank our wonderful Vimis, Malte, Ilana, and Thomas for these wonderful 2 years. So I leave the bubble, but I hope you enjoy the exhibition. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and maybe also from our students, thank you so much for continuing this share, A13. I'm always amazed about what you can do with model making and crafting. And I think it's very interesting for all the students to work in this format in 1 to 33. And yes, so thank you one more time. And let's continue to the next chair. We will go now downstairs to Deco. So please, let's all go 1 floor down and see you there in a moment. Thank you.
Oh, seid ihr schon da? Bist du hier? Ich sitze hier, ich warte auf meine Currywurst. Ich bin voll der Zeit. Ist toll? Ist ganz toll, aber ich warte noch auf meine Currywurst. Die kommt dabei essen. Die wollten das Team sicher. Eigentlich ist das ich, sag nur Hallo und das Team soll was erzählen. Wo ist das Team? Das Mikrofon sind wir live. Wo ist das Team? Theo! Hast du noch Beatboxen? Hast du Henrik und Co. gesehen? Jetzt kommen wir alle. Cremant, ey, oh, ist jetzt an. Wir warten aufs Team. Die sind zu Curry 36 gelaufen oder so. Oder 58.
natürlich vegane Currywurst zu holen. Ich habe gesagt, ich halte die Stellung und tausche mich aus über Fußball-WM und solche Themen. Aber wenn ihr vor der Zeit seid, ist doch gut, können wir ein bisschen quatschen, oder? Wie war es denn bisher? Wir haben gerade Cremant getrunken und Bier im Team und sind nicht. Ist das jetzt schon? Oh, was hältst du auf mich drauf? Ist das alles bei YouTube nachher? Oh Gott. Die Bewerbungsrede. Alle wollen zur MBL, das ist das Problem. Hallo, willkommen beim Natural Building Lab. Mein Name ist Eike Roswag-Klinge. Ich bin Ihr Professor. Sollen wir schon anfangen? Ich warte tatsächlich noch. Eigentlich hatten wir so wunderbar besprochen, dass ich jetzt hier so sitze und nur 2 Sätze sage, aber dann wunderbar ans Team abspiele. Aber offensichtlich, ich muss hier mal gerade anrufen. Warte mal eben. Kann ich ja machen. Wo ist denn hier? 9:10 Uhr. Ich will Hendrik anrufen, ne? Hendrik. Habe ich den Kontakt gespeichert? Ich hoffe. Nein, weil. Witz.
Jan, hallo?
Hallo, du bist jetzt laut im Studio und kannst jetzt ins erste Semester einführen, weil es sind schon alle da.
Oh nein, seid ihr alle früher da?
Sind alle früher da.
Oh nein.
Wo seid ihr denn jetzt?
Wir sind in Kürze dann zurück.
Ja.
Wir stehen jetzt.
Marius ist schon mal da, okay. Marius, hallo.
Ja, sorry.
Wo seid ihr denn?
Wir stehen hier am Bahnsteig und die Bahn kommt in 1 Minute. Das heißt,
Ihr fahrt noch mit der Bahn? Alter, das geht gar nicht.
Wir sind in 5 Minuten da.
5 Minuten, dann seid ihr zu spät. Das tut mir leid.
Auf dem Plan stand 10 nach.
Ja. Ja, okay. Wir fangen mal an. Also, herzlich willkommen am Fachgebiet Deko, Design, Construction. Ihr befindet euch in der Ausstellung von unserem ersten Studienjahr. Da hinten ist das erste Semester und hier eigentlich ab diesem Regal ist das zweite Semester. Wir haben das erste Semester schon ausgiebig besprochen im letzten Semester. Da wart ihr nicht da, aber deswegen kürze ich jetzt ab. Guckt es euch in Ruhe an, vielleicht morgen. Aber weil wir alle hier so stehen, wir haben im zweiten Semester ein Experiment gewagt. Und zwar sind wir nicht in die Kontexte gegangen, die man normalerweise so Haus am See oder sowas Schönes, sondern wir sind ins Gewerbegebiet gegangen, in die Nobelstraße in Neukölln. Und ich versuche jetzt mal so kurz zusammenzufassen, was die Methodik war und dann übernimmt Marius, wenn es um die Entwürfe geht. Und zwar seht ihr da vorne in dem Regal, also die Nobelstraße ist ein Ort voller toller Entdeckungen. Wir haben als erstes Objekte, Elemente identifiziert, die für uns interessant waren. Oder wir heißt natürlich hier alle Studierenden. Und diese weißen Modelle waren sozusagen gefundene Objekte, die für uns wichtig waren. Und links daneben sind Referenzprojekte, die wir analysiert haben. Dann haben wir diese weißen Objekte transformiert in räumliche Strukturen und haben uns stückweise angenähert an Orte. Und die Nobelstraße ist 1 Kilometer langer Strip. Und wir sind natürlich inspiriert von Learning from Las Vegas und von Zwischenstadt und all den Themen und haben behauptet, dass die jetzt Stadt werden könnte. Und die kann Stadt werden, wenn wir neue Funktionen da etablieren. Aber diese neuen Funktionen entstehen dann nicht aus dem Nichts, sondern sozusagen aus einem Repertoire, aus einem formalen Repertoire, was wir uns vorher erarbeitet haben. Und auf diesem großen Tisch und hinten im Regal seht ihr jetzt Entwürfe. Wir haben ganz viel Zeit, ne? Ich könnte viel länger reden. Ich fange nochmal Nein, Quatsch. Seht ihr Entwürfe, die sozusagen verschiedene Nutzungen zusammenbringen. Es geht immer um Wohnen und es geht um Wohnen plus. Und Marius, willst du was zu dem Plus mal sagen oder zu der Nobelstraße? Was sehen wir denn da?
Also genau, wie Jan sagte, also als die Entwürfe dieses Stadium erreicht haben, da war es ja noch, gab es noch keinen Ort und noch kein Programm. Und dann haben wir es so gemacht, dass dann irgendwann gab es diesen Integrationsmoment. Also wir haben dann 5 Grundstücke ausgewählt und dann wurden da die Umgebungsmodelle in den beiden Maßstäben gebaut und dann wurden diese Vorübungen zugelost und dann gab es diesen Verhandlungsprozess
mit den Vorentwürfen und dem Ort. Und dann gab es in einem zweiten Schritt noch so eine Matrix an Programmen, wie Jan sagt, eigentlich immer das Wohnen Plus. Das waren dann eigentlich eher so öffentliche Nutzungen wie eine Kantine oder auch ein Sportzentrum oder auch ein Club und ähnliches. Oder ein Kunstdepot, die so an der Nobelstraße, jetzt ein Gewerbegebiet, das auch so eine gewisse Geschlossenheit hat, also jetzt vielleicht nicht so öffentlich, kein Stück Stadt ist bisher. Und wir die These aufgestellt haben, ja, vielleicht brauchst du neue Programme, neue Strukturen, die vielleicht so eine Öffentlichkeit auch zulassen und vor allem auch diesen Schwellenraum, der da schon sehr interessant ist, in so einem Gewerbe- und Industriegebiet neu verhandeln. Und das glauben wir, dass diese Architekturen, die entstanden sind, das auch teilweise sehr gut können. Genau. Man kann ja mal so einzelne vielleicht gleich rauspicken.
Also, wollen wir einzeln rauspicken? Herr Julian, zeig doch mal, was habt denn ihr da mit euren Stadtdächern veranstaltet? Komm mal rum. Ja, und ihr seid gleich auch dran. Ihr könnt ja schon mal warm laufen. Wir haben genug Zeit. Wir haben eine Stunde ungefähr, oder? Gut. Also, es gibt ein Grundstück, was die Nobelstraße mit dem Kanal verbindet. Und da seid ihr auf Entdeckungsreise gegangen. Was habt ihr denn entdeckt? Erzähl mal.
Ja, wir hatten so ein bisschen die Schwierigkeit hier mit diesem länglichen Grundstück, dass es da nicht so wirklich offensichtliche Referenzen gab, wo man sich so dran anschmiegen könnte oder die man aufnehmen könnte. Und haben dann im Endeffekt vor allem so in der Spedition, die da auf der hinteren Seite ist, so Ladebuchten gefunden und auch vorher schon in den Übungen viele Dachstrukturen entdeckt, die so ein bisschen typisch für dieses Industriegebiet oder dieses Gewerbegebiet sind und haben vor allem damit gearbeitet. Und dann eigentlich versucht, vielleicht so einen kleinen Übergang, Meandern hin zum Kanal zu schaffen. Und da so eine Zweiseitigkeit unter einem großen Dach zu verbinden zwischen einem Kunstdepot, das sieht ganz gut aus, so. Einem Kunstdepot, wo man eben durch einen langen Gang auch schon in der Galerie hingeführt wird. Und auf der anderen Seite dann die Wohnräume, was dann vorne eben in so einem kleinen, hoffentlich ganz netten Platz am Wasser zusammenkommt. Ja.
Ja, was ist das für ein blaues Ding, was da schwebt? Gute Frage. Also es gibt da, also ihr habt bereits mitbekommen, Nobelstraße, wir haben jetzt so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Modelle, in denen jeweils so knapp 5 Gruppen gearbeitet haben, ungefähr 4 bis 5 Gruppen. Und hier vorne ist eine Tischlerei, oder was ist dahinter? Ist auch egal, aber ihr könnt ja mal, was ist das für ein Club? Was habt ihr da gemacht? Kommt mal nach vorne, bitte.
Ja, also genau, das war von uns und wir hatten hier das erste Grundstück und wir haben uns dafür entschieden, dass wir da steht so ein Bestandsschuppen drunter und den haben wir nicht abgerissen, sondern da gelassen. Und dadurch haben wir unseren Neubau quasi erhöht, darauf gesetzt, aber auch nicht direkt drauf, sondern halt durch diese Träger so eine Art Luftraum dazwischen geschaffen. Und wir haben uns für das Raumprogramm des Clubs entschieden und dieser Club findet in diesem Bestandsschuppen statt. Und darüber sind die Wohnungen und die setzen sich immer aus einem bestimmten Modul zusammen. Und das haben wir dann immer horizontal und vertikal jeweils aneinander geschlossen quasi. Und da entstehen dann diese Wohneinheiten. Und genau, wir hatten so ein paar zentrale Themen, die sich immer wieder durch den Entwurf ziehen, zum Beispiel das Thema der Schräge. Und man sieht hier zum Beispiel, dass einmal die Träger Schrägen haben, dann die Treppe ist im gleichen Winkel schräg, die Fenster und die Schrägen an den Wohnmodulen sind eben auch in dem gleichen Winkel. Ja, genau, so viel erstmal als Zusammenfassung. Ja, ja, genau.
Ja, also wir haben noch 2 Minuten, gehen dann zur konstruktiven Feldforschung rüber. Wenn ihr hinten an der Wand seht, ist sozusagen alle Axometrien von den Projekten nochmal kombiniert mit allen Axometrien von diesen Objekten, die wir in der ersten Phase identifiziert haben. Und ich glaube, das ist so ganz schön, diese Entdeckungsreise. Wir sind natürlich der Meinung, dass ja, das Gewerbegebiet der potenzielle Ort ist, mit dem wir uns als Architektinnen widmen sollten, als etwas, was Stadt werden könnte, unternutzt, wie wir finden, wo es einfach auch architektonische Erfindungen gemacht werden könnten und sind als Team sehr, sehr begeistert, wie das zweite Semester diese Vorlage in Volley genommen hat, um beim Fußball zu bleiben und das richtig reingemacht hat und mit 5:0 gewonnen hat. Und wir rücken jetzt weiter zur konstruktiven Feldforschung. Achso, das Übliche, könnt ihr mal bitte klatschen, bitte? Achso. Denn die konstruktive Feldforschung haben Marius und Katharina begleitet und es war quasi so eine Art Parallelbetrachtung der Nobelstraße und wir laufen da mal rüber und du kannst schon quatschen. Hier.
Ja. Genau, wir gehen in den anderen Raum rüber. Ah, in meinen Helm. Helm mitnehmen. Ich komme erstmal an, ja.
Hier auch schön.
Büchern und kann man ja gleich. Okay, ich sag mal kurz was, wie Jan gerade schon sagte. Das ist also ist so die Tischtennis-Lounge, aka kleine Ausstellung des Seminars Konstruktive Feldforschung. Das haben wir jetzt 3 Semester lang gemacht. Also im letzten Sommersemester angefangen und das ist so ein bisschen aus vielleicht auch so einem ähnlichen Interesse, das uns auch reizt, an so Orte wie die Nobelstraße zu gehen. Wir verstehen das eigentlich als so eine Art erweiterte Baukulturforschung. Also sind im ersten Jahr, vor einem Jahr im Sommersemester, nach Elrich in eine Kleinstadt in Nordthüringen gegangen, die man würde sagen, eigentlich wo so ein Sanierungsstau herrscht und auch ein großer Wegzug und ein Leerstand. Und das hat uns eigentlich interessiert und das haben uns da mit ganz unterschiedlichen Themen beschäftigt. Die Feldforschung funktioniert immer so, dass wir mit den Studierenden eine Exkursion machen, die ist sehr komprimiert, das ist meistens ein Wochenende, das waren jetzt vielleicht dann so 36, 48 sehr intensive Stunden, dann noch vor Ort sind. Wir konnten dann meistens so ein Vorortbüro der lokalen Kirchengemeinde, das war zumindest in Elrich und in Luckau im letzten Semester dann so gewinnen und dort dann arbeiten. Und die Methodik ist eigentlich immer so, dass wir halt diese Exkursion haben und dann eigentlich erstmal mit offenem Auge durch die Orte gehen und die Studierenden die Themen selber identifizieren und wir sie dann dabei begleiten, diese Themen weiter zu formulieren und weiter auszuarbeiten. Also es ist jetzt keine klassische Bauforschung in so einem klassischen Sinne, sondern wir denken, also wir sind so im erweiterten Sinne mit einer größeren Freiheit vielleicht, auch sich auf diverse Phänomene zu stürzen. Und das haben wir halt dann in Erich gemacht, dann waren wir letztes Semester, das sieht man hier auf der anderen Seite, in Luckau in der Niederlausitz. Ganz anders an Erich, eigentlich so eine funktionierende Kleinstadt, auch mit gutem Tourismus und mittelalterlichem Stadtgrundriss. Und dann, wie gesagt, das sieht man halt hier in diesem Semester, in der Nobelstraße beziehungsweise in dem ganzen Gebiet um die Nobelstraße herum. Und so Arbeiten oder Themen, vielleicht die man so rausnehmen könnte, die da bearbeitet wurden, sind so ganz divers. Also hier hat sich eine Gruppe mit den Pausenräumen in der Nobelstraße beschäftigt. Also sind dann so Erholungsgebiete, ganz von informeller Natur bis auf vielleicht die Kantinen, die die Betriebe da betreiben, und die wurden analysiert. Dann gab es hier eine Arbeit, die daneben ist, beschäftigt sich mit den Laderampen, die Laderampe als Grenze, Schwelle, Übergang, die man da immer wieder findet. Oder ganz vorne eine Arbeit, die eigentlich das Gebiet eher von außen betrachtet, anhand der Landmarken und diese Grenze des Gewerbegebiets eigentlich stärker untersucht. Also man merkt, diese Themen, die sind eigentlich sehr divers, und wir glauben, dass es eher wichtig ist, ja, so einen frischen Blick zu schulen. Gibt es dazu Fragen? Gibt es eine Fragerunde oder?
Leider nicht, denn wir wollen uns ja noch ganz kurz eure freie Klasse rasch anschauen. Also lasst uns kurz in die Halle 4 gehen. Please, let's go all in the hall 4 and we'll look at the free class and their works. And while you're walking out, please also take a look into these lovely books they created that kind of show all the beautiful works the students did. And for everybody interested, you can also get these books at the bookshop that's already opened downstairs for you guys. So feel free to look inside, and you can even take it home. Not these ones, but the other ones downstairs. Einmal durch, einmal Technik. Hier ist der Chef.
So sorry for not talking in English. So you just saw the first year students' works of FG Deco and also konstruktive Feldforschung, which was a seminar at our Fachgebiet. How to chair. Oh, chair sounds so big. It's better. All right, and now we are here at Halle 4. Es reimt sich. We are here at Halle 4. And I'm going to introduce you to the freie Klasse, the free class, where we gather like individual works, master theses that are not given by us as a topic, but we are open to everyone who's interested in the cosmos of transformation and how architecture will develop and designed in the future. But I will hand over to Helen and Antonia.
Hello, I'm Antonia, this is Gabriel and Helen, and we took part in the so-called free class of the chair Deco. And our works are among several other ones that you can see here hanging on the line that were worked on the past year. And like you can see here, models, and there we have the several works. It's 10 master theses. One is actually still in process and one bachelor thesis.
Yes, and we have some little postcards on the tables you can collect if you are interested in any of the pictures. And yeah, our main focus was transformation, as you can see in probably all of the projects, and like work with existing structures. And we would kindly ask you to take part in the participation progress on the unfinished master thesis. Yeah, and we're happy to have you all here.
All right, that's it. Take a look, take time. Thank you. Luke.
Here I am. Okay, then thank you so much. And we will continue to the chair of code. And I would think maybe just from a logistical purpose, let's maybe just go through this door and then kind of fill that lovely studio. So just go through the door here on the right and kind of walk a bit inside so we can all have space. Okay, everyone. Maybe come inside. Give us a moment of silence so we can listen. And then I would hand over to Professor Pasel.
Thanks a lot. Welcome to the vertical studio of the last year. We addressed some new topics for us with the major bachelor students and the minor master students, trying to bridge the gap between these two studies in this room, addressing the transformation of spaces with the ambition of trying to get all scales covered within 1 year. So what you see basically is a scale jump from this side, small projects, but actually built one-to-one, to big projects not quite yet built one-to-one, but at least 1-100 in the model. We were working on the small projects within the German pavilion of the Biennale in Venice as one of the teams that were involved in the transformation of spaces with little urban interventions made out of the harvested material from last year's Art Biennale in Venice. And with that material, we were working together with local stakeholders on a sort of a neighboring island in the La Laguna on little urban interventions. This is what you can see on that side of the studio. Sometimes it's quite a good methodology if you change perspective and if you're busy with little detailing and little material joints and the last minute detail of things, you zoom out in a seminar of spaces without use, which is not the same as useless spaces, by the way, but addressing space from a totally different approach than necessity or material. This is what you see in the middle. These spaces then form a series of 3 seminars we offered to the students. One visualizing in images, another one which you see on the other end, translating broken and repairing broken spatial tools like chairs, repairing them, making them functional again, and deriving from this reparation strategy a strategy to get into architecture for transformation processes. From there, we went on with the next studio, as you can see here, trying to scale up on the urban level and think about what transformation would be possible in urban tissues, in urban settings. As you can see here, the island of Moabit is just behind this building. So not very far from here, actually, a very diverse neighborhood, which was the perfect breeding ground for our interventions. And as you see, we addressed the high-rise typology and questioned it whether or not it has a future or not, whether we can actually build in different materials. Can we sort of densify the city? Can we double use square meters on the ground in order to make it more efficient, in order to make it more sustainable, even in that respect? So the whole discourse in this semester was sort of revolving around these issues. maybe needless to say, but also I want to grab the opportunity to thank you very much, the team. We have Birgit, we have Cesar, we have Tobias, Vanni, Ferdinand, Jonas. Where's Olga? Where's Anna? Well, and where's Britta? Also not here. Well, thank you very much for the support. It was really great. And thank all the students for coming to the studio here. Actually, in speaking about transforming spaces, close your eyes and imagine what this space had looked like 24 hours ago. It was a total mess with like almost 100 people working in here. And I'm very happy that we succeeded in turning it somehow into a little exhibition. Thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
Okay, then I would ask you all to take the next flight of stairs, meet us one floor down at the chair of tech, and maybe you can follow me because it's a bit inside of the building. So maybe just follow us, follow the team, and see you there in a moment.
Wissen die es schon? Ja. Das konnte ich nicht umstellen. Ja, na klar. Und umstellen. Vielleicht dann. Man sieht ja die Arbeiten dann hier, den gar nicht. Genau, ja. Den gar nicht. Ja, dann lass das. Wir müssen eh davon laufen. Aber ich kann das ja sagen und dann kann man es auf den Weg. Ja, genau. Ja, wir machen was.
Okay, everyone. Then everybody upstairs, I'd like to ask you to also come down or at least be quiet. Hello, students up there. Hey. Shh. Please respect the space. Okay. Then I would say, can we get the people up there to get a bit quieter, please? In the studio? Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, then I won't say too much. I'll just hand over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to take the chance to say welcome to you on the third floor. And my name is Kerstin Wolf. I'm currently the guest chair for structural design at this institution here. And yeah, our main topic is actually to teach you the structural design basics in the first 2 semesters. And we then cooperate with different architectural studios so that you can actually apply what you have learned and improve this and apply this to your design. And I'm very happy that you already saw most of our projects throughout the building. So we cooperated, for example, this year with the Fachgebiet Basel, so the high-rises you saw in the 4th floor. We cooperated on those, and we're helping you on the structural designs of these high-rise buildings, which was very nice because you can't build a high-rise because only without a structure. So this was very necessary. Then we cooperated with Fachgebiet Stuhlmacher, which was also very nice. So you saw already the buildings upstairs where you redesigned roof structures on an existing building. And what was very helpful this year also, that we went down to the detail and we did 1 to 5 models, which are exhibited here on the side, where we have structural connections which you can have a look at. And we also cooperated with Fachgebiet Hehl in the Give Me Shelter program. In the winter semester, we also cooperated with Fachgebiet Basel, Stuhlmacher, also, and with Fachgebiet Stefan, who you will visit just after. And we also had 1 elective course on reclaimed timber and reclaimed timber construction. And that is because we are also researching on this area. We have research topics currently on reclaimed timber and clay constructions. So if you feel interested to have a bachelor or master thesis in these topics and would like to focus on this, then please feel free to contact us, and we can see if we can find a nice topic where you can focus this. Yeah, this is where Charla is posting. So just contact us if you're interested on master or bachelor thesis. And then feel free to welcome. We have 1 room here where we have some of the models which are not in the other studios. So feel free to have a look at, especially on the reclaimed timber projects on tensegrity and nodal joints and truss structures. So thank you for coming around, and see you next semester. Bye.
Okay, then we will just follow the chair through this hallway. Just continue and let's take a look at these beautiful models. Sorry. And please all go down to the next floor after this. So you can also have a look, and then we continue down this hallway, down the stairs. So, dass wir die Leute so ein bisschen. Willst du da so ein bisschen stehen?
Wir sind noch gar nicht bei. Also, okay. Ich weiß nicht, was ich würde mal sagen. Ja.
All good. Yes, sure, please. Okay, I think maybe. Hello, hello. Okay, yeah, thank you all that you're here, still continuing with us. And yeah, I won't talk as much and hand over to Professor Borrego.
So I don't know if this is going to be necessary. Is it working?
It's
anyway?
important for YouTube.
But is it working?
For eternity.
Okay, perfect. Because I hear only my voice. I don't hear this, so it's perfectly fine. Okay, welcome to the Collab Factory. This is the right place to show what we are doing, because in a way it represents our approach to teaching. We think that there should be a link, a bridge to reality, and students should also learn by doing and by making failures and with facing the restrictions of reality. Before explaining what we have around, I would like to thank for all the modules that we have been offering in the last 2 semesters, the team of Collab. I see here Andreas Boyke, Mirza Frajankovic, Gais Kaltuna was not able to come today, and our tutors, I don't see them around, but it's Carolina Rizaba, Anna Hartung, Katerina Tsuvala, and last semester it was Clemens Trautwein. So thank you to all of them. I would like to just explain that what you see around in the shelves around are the components of the Crossup Pavilion that we built last semester. For those of you who would not have the chance to see it built, we have built a fragment that is there, a fragment of the pavilion. And this was a successful prototype that we built, because after that we received the phone call of the city architect of the city of Aarhus in Denmark, and she said, "Hey, this Crossup Pavilion that you have built with the rest of the institute." So these are the crushed models of the last 3 semesters. We just crushed everything and we put it together. We built this pavilion, and she said, "Can we do something similar in Aarhus?" And I talked about it to the team. We were very excited, and I said, "Okay, great. What kind of waste do you have? Well, let's build with your own waste." And we analyzed the city of Aarhus, which is in a way a very Western conventional waste separation. And we did a seminar and trying to make projects with it's Copenhagen, it's Denmark, so with old bicycles, with fabric, and with a lot of plastic. They have a lot of plastic as waste. And after that semester, we saw the potential of plastic, which is a raw material that, of course, we are not supporting, but as a waste is a challenge, and it's an environmental problem that we have. So we think that instead of doing what they are doing, that they are just burning it, or they are putting it into the landscape, or not in the case of Aarhus, but in many places in the earth, it's thrown in the landscape, in the rivers, and it reaches the ocean. So we think that it's an opportunity to use that material. Could be architecture, the storage space for that waste. And this is our research question, and we want to see the potential of plastic in a way that whenever we finish and we clean the landscape, this project is over and we don't use plastic anymore. Up until then, maybe this is a good opportunity just to clean and not to burn it. Okay, so we were doing those proposals, and here we can see some of the pavilions that we would like to build in the next semester. So in this case, we did, again, a series of semesters of results that are transferred to new students, and each semester with a new group of students, we are developing the project. In this case, this is the second semester with the results. First, we did the brainstorming, then we did the development of this dome, and internally we will decide what dome to choose, and this is what we plan to build next semester. Next semester, we also have other plans, because at the same time, the airport of Berlin, the Berlin-Brandenburg airport, contacted us and said that they have a problem because they have, unfortunately or fortunately, to refurbish the 300 toilet places that they have in the airport, because they have functional problems of size and materials, and they want to take the opportunity to do something with it. So we did the same question to the airport: what waste do you have? Let's see what we can do. And we proposed to do a series of seminars. And we did the first one, this brainstorming, which was very well received by the airport. The vice president of the airport was here on Tuesday with a delegation of 7 people from the airport, and they are financing the seminar and the research and a new seminar that we will do next semester. And the plan is that with the results of next semester, they will implement it in reality, what the results that they find interesting. So in 2 different ways, we are trying to bring reality to university, in trying to show students that they are going to face something different when they finish with their studies, because at university usually it's a closed environment where everything is theoretical, and sometimes there's not so much close friction with real problems of mechanical behavior and properties of the materials and time consumed in building something or in producing it. And this is something that I think that is very fruitful in the projects that we are developing. And last thing that I want to say, what is going to happen in the other room before, that is that next to us we have the results of the first semester and second semester. This is Darstellung gestalten, so the Grundlage der Darstellung is so the basics of representation. And in this course, we try to take students out of the comfort zone to try to teach them how to represent, but represent means expressing something, and this something has to be a strong content, and so that this content is special and not something already known and expected. We try to push them to do something unexpected. In this case, we did International Space Station for the year 2050. So they were working without gravity, and they were doing all together a big collective international station, and each student was doing a fragment. You will see all the models around and all the drawings. In the second semester, we were working digital, and they did visualizations of how would these space station fragments find the Earth in 50 years when they come back to the Earth, and they invented a narrative of what they would find. And just to finish, I want to say some news of this week that is quite good news. We are going to build again the Crush Up Pavilion in the Klima Festival. Baunetz and Heinze just contacted us, and they are going to finance the construction of the pavilion at the Berlin Station. And well, this is another event where we already invite you. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much. Then maybe with a short sneak peek to the other room, I would actually ask you to continue this hallway and to go to the next studio, GTE. And I think we're just gonna organize us for a moment, technical situation, but maybe in 2 to 3 minutes, let's meet in the next studio. Just if you go out to the left, GTE. Ist doch offen, oder? So just here to the left, you can take a sneak peek at the works of the first semester and the Fab Lab, and then continue with us.
Überpünktlich, oder? Ja, super. Ja. Da war es gar nicht ganz schlimm, dass wir die mal ein bisschen länger reden lassen. Ich habe auch gemerkt, jetzt muss da nochmal genauer. Nein, das ist die Zeit. Genau. Das war auch schon gesagt. Ja? Das ist ja lang.
eigentlich nur das Aufnehmen. So, das Kabel für den Livestream. Ja, genau, das Kabel ist lang. Das heißt, man kann auch gerne ein bisschen hin und her laufen. Die andere Kamera? Kameras? Super. Wie geht's wieder? Okay, everyone. Maybe we can gather here around us in a semicircle. This is one of the most beautiful studios, I think. It's just so large, so much space. And let us ask for a moment of silence. Yeah, great. And I hand over to Professor Stefan.
Thank you, Luke. Welcome at our studio of the Chair of Building Technology and Architectural Design. In this summer semester, we had 2 design studios, one the Master and MIT program, and the Bachelor Design Studio by my associates. And the topic was in the last semester, it was the cloud in the city. What means cloud in the city? This semester, it's cloud and housing. So there is a dissertation written here at our institute, supervised by Ralf Pasel and Katharina Neubauer. She studied data centers, data storage buildings. And she found out they are really invisible, they're in the outskirts, and they have such an important role in our life, but we are not aware. And this should be made aware, and data centers should be in the city and should be visible and should be combined with other functions. So last semester, I combined it with the public library, so a data center, REX. And this semester, we combined it unusual with housing, because the advantage is also that data centers, they have so much stuck heat that really can be used by heat exchangers for the heating of many buildings. And the other topic of this master design studio was circular construction. So it is situated at the Schumacher Quarter, and the Schumacher Quarter will be completely built with timber. And you can ask, so is it possible to build a data center in timber construction? That's unusual. Yes, it is possible, because we had a fire protection consultant, and he said, well, data centers, they are sprinklered anyway. So fire can really not break out. They are sprinkled with gas. And so it was really a challenge, completely new function, data center and housing. And you can see there are really interesting new combinations, and there were no references at all. And this was very amazing. And I give now the micro to Eileen.
Thank you very much. I will change to German. Sorry, but you can ask also questions afterwards in English. So, ja, vielen Dank, dass ihr hier seid. Wir sind das Team vom Parkdeck zum Sonnendeck. Das ist das Bachelor-Entwurf, was wir dieses Jahr angeboten haben. Wir haben uns dann mit dem Umbau vom Parkhaus in der Kalkreustraße beschäftigt. Wie gesagt, in den 60er und 70er Jahren war es üblich, dass man in den deutschen Zentren einfach Parkhäuser gebaut hat. Vorher war es von der autogerechten Stadt, okay, gang und gäbe, dass man es gebaut hat. Und heute sind teilweise diese Strukturen monofunktionale Strukturen, die auch leer stehen. Da haben wir uns einfach im Studio gefragt, okay, was kann man mit diesen Gebäuden eigentlich machen? Kann ein Parkdeck zum Wohnraum sein? Kann das umgewandelt werden? Und deswegen waren die Themen für uns einfach Wohnraum zu schaffen, einfach sich Gedanken zu machen, was mit der Mobilität einfach jetzt in Zukunft passiert und einfach bauen im Bestand. Das ist mit dem, ja. Und ja, wie gesagt, dieses Bachelor-Entwurf wurde auch von dem PIF begleitet, projektintegrierter Entwurf, Energie. Das bedeutet, wir haben uns auch mit dem Metabolismus von dem Gebäude beschäftigt, mit der Ver- und Entsorgung. Und ja, es sind so unterschiedliche Projekte entstanden. Wir sind super glücklich mit den Ergebnissen und man kann da die Einsatzmodelle in 1:500 sehen mit dem Lageplanmodell, ein paar Videos von den Eindrücken von den Projekten, die die Studierenden auch entwickelt haben. Und hier hinten kann man die Projekte einfach ein bisschen im Detail sehen. Nur kurz, ich habe auch kurz vergessen, das ist mein Kollege Philipp Stilke und Martha Carreo-Gras ist leider nicht da heute, aber sie kommt später. Noch kurz zu erwähnen ist noch, dass wir hier auch noch ein Pflichtfach haben, was wir einen Masterstudiengang anbieten. Das heißt Strategien für nachhaltiges Planen und Bauen. Wir haben einfach ein paar Beispiele da gezeigt. Wir haben uns in den letzten 3 Jahren damit beschäftigt, Case Studies in Berlin zu studieren und zu gucken, was kann aus den unterschiedlichen Gebäuden, die ihr da in den Axometrien sehen, was kann man mit diesen Gebäuden einfach in 2050 entwickeln, unter dem Rahmen, dass wir es in 4 unterschiedlichen Szenarien, einmal zum Beispiel Greentocracy, Post-Anthropocene, Humans Inc. und Excision Express. Das war eine Recherche- und ein Forschungsprojekt von ARUP. Da haben wir uns ein bisschen die Rahmenbedingungen geholt. Und ihr könnt jetzt einfach ein Beispiel da sehen, was da in einem in einem Seminar entwickelt wurde. Vielen Dank. Wir hoffen, dass ihr sehr viel Spaß hier habt. Wir hatten Spaß und ja, bis zum nächsten Mal. Viel Spaß noch.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we will continue now to Natural Building Lab. May I please just take this door here and inside, around. I would say take this door and then the first door on the left. So through this door and the first door on the left, and you can kind of walk through the studio and then come out into the big hall.
Okay. Dazu entsprechend, wo wir an diesem alten Fachwerkhaus gearbeitet haben und auch jetzt einen Preis, der Dach irgendwie, was ich weiß nicht genau, wie er heißt, aber gewonnen haben für eine tolle Gestaltung eines Daches in Durchschnitts. Und da sind jetzt alle zur 750-Jahr-Feier und müssen quasi Fieldworks betreiben. Und deswegen muss ich leider, wie sonst nicht üblich, hier mal ich reden. Das ist sonst ja hier bei uns anders. Wir wollen die 2 letzten Semester kurz zusammenfassen. Was uns lange begleitet hat, ist die Spraywatch. Das ist ein Projekt, das von der Berliner Immobilienmanagement, also dem Besitzer der 5000 Gebäude des Landes Berlin, also die BIM ist der große Immobilienplayer, und die haben uns eigentlich schon 22 angefragt, mal für einen kleinen Wettbewerb. Da hat das Land Berlin einen Wettbewerb zu Reuse ausgeschrieben. Da haben wir so eine schnelle Skizze abgegeben, haben gesagt, wir wollen aus alten Wasserrettungsstationen, die nicht mehr genutzt werden, die abreißen und daraus Recyclinghäuser bauen und quasi die Kreislaufgerechtigkeit für die BIM einmal durchdeklinieren. Und dann haben wir mit dieser Skizze den Preis gewonnen und mussten dann also ran quasi und haben dann im Sommersemester 22 ein erstes Seminar dazu gemacht, haben also die Gebäude alle analysiert, die stehen ja alle im vorderen Bereich um uns rum, und haben erstmal so ein Seminar gemacht und ein LCA gemacht und dann gerechnet, was steht an Ressourcen drin. Und das Entscheidende, was wir aber gelernt haben, dass alle diese Gebäude eigentlich nicht abgerissen werden sollten, auch wenn die BIM sich das erstmal vorgestellt hat. Und wir konnten dann mit denen diskutieren, wie wir die umnutzen. Und wir haben das dann im Wintersemester, jetzt kommen wir eigentlich in der Zeit an, die wir jetzt besprechen sollen, aber es ist ein ganz typisches NBL-Projekt, so was wir vielleicht Reallabor nennen würden. Wir sehen hier die Bachelor-Thesis-Arbeiten dazu, die haben sich um den Wannsee rum mit verschiedenen Gebäuden beschäftigt und da vertieft und quasi Transformation von so diesen einfachen Hütten quasi beschäftigt. Und wir sehen hier hinten dann die entsprechende Bachelor-Thesis-Gruppe, die mit dann 36 Leuten quasi sich an einem Standort in Friedrichshagen, da gibt es einen Ziegelbestand und auch so Bretterhütten quasi, die aus alten Weihnachtsmarktständen zusammengeschraubt wurden zu DDR-Zeiten, damit beschäftigt und auch da dann unterschiedlichste Konzepte draufgelegt. Da sehen wir jetzt eine ganze Reihe von Entwürfen, die daraus entstanden sind, die sehr viele Themen für diesen Standort aufgemacht haben, zur Biodiversität, Wasser und so weiter. Und dann wurde das in einer Winterschool quasi verschmolzen zu einem Entwurf, den die BIM jetzt übernommen hat. Und die BIM hat dann eine Ausschreibung gemacht, um die quasi von uns geplante Variante zu realisieren. Die Ausschreibung wiederum konnte ZRS für sich gewinnen. ZRS hat das NBL Studio, jetzt wird es sehr komplex, also unseren Außenborder von der Uni, damit beauftragt, dass wir das jetzt quasi in eine Realisierung führen. Das heißt, wir haben einen legalen Rahmen gefunden, dass wir aus der Uni raus weiterarbeiten können und dann diese Wasserrettungsstation draußen am Müggelsee bauen können. Dann haben wir dazu jetzt im Sommersemester ein Seminar gemacht zur Kreislaufgerechtigkeit und Ressourcenverwendung, haben bis zum 1:1-Modell, das sind also die Sachen, die jetzt hier stehen, quasi aus den gefundenen und externen gefundenen Ressourcen quasi dargestellt, wie man die Wasserrettung komplett aus gefundenen Materialien generieren könnte. Und da sind sehr, sehr schöne Konzeptskizzen entstanden, die dann teilweise sehr realitätsnah sind und auch ferner sind und aber auch sehr viele Erkenntnisse, die wir, glaube ich, so in einem normalen Planungsprozess auf keinen Fall gefunden hätten, und haben jetzt sehr, sehr schöne Impulse, die wir jetzt versuchen dann wiederum mit Studierenden dieses Studios oder der unterschiedlichen Studios, die daran gearbeitet haben, die dann als Werkstudierende in dem Planungsprozess mitarbeiten, dann quasi der Arbeit weiterentwickeln, und im nächsten Jahr soll dann gebaut werden. Das ist noch ein relativ langer Weg dahin, aber das zeigt eigentlich so ganz schön so eine Reallaborsituation, wo wir Fragen aus unserer Forschung, die ja im Wesentlichen jetzt so um die Kreislaufgerechtigkeit, Ressourcen, eine Schwester eigentlich zu dem großen Projekt Museum oder Wissenspfade und Pavillon, die drüben auf dem Campus entstehen soll. Die Arbeit hat einen viel längeren, viel schwerfälligeren Vorlauf, ist jetzt in der Leistungsphase 2 abgeschlossen und wird jetzt gerade und da haben wir weiterlaufend die Forschung dazu, die wir mit Kerstin zusammen machen und mit Volker Schmid, wo wir quasi mit den EU-Mitteln Kreislaufgerechtigkeit vom Altholz machen. Und da sind wir gemeinsam mit den beiden anderen Fachgebieten auf der Bau in München gewesen. Wir haben also hier das 1:5 Muster, das sind diese Tische von diesen Fachwerkbindern und entsprechende Wandmuster, die wiederum eine Masterthesis sind, die quasi mit der Wandaufbau sich intensiv beschäftigt hat und die Kreislauffähigkeit. Das sehen wir ganz schön, wie wir dann im Prinzip Forschung und Lehre immer wieder an allen möglichen Stellen verbinden. Jetzt müssen wir auf meinen Spicker gucken. Genau, das war der Sprichwort, das war der Museum und wir haben im Wintersemester noch ein Seminar gemacht. Das heißt Rückbaustelle, was da hinten zu sehen ist. Also auf dem Grundstück von der TU-Museum steht jetzt schon so eine kleine Holzlager oder auch ein Event-Space, wo wir halt quasi aus den Althölzern, die wir schon gesammelt haben, ein Lager aufgebaut haben auf dem Baufeld und quasi einen ersten Versammlungsort haben und so ein aktives Baustelle quasi Thesisklassen gehabt, also Bachelor- und Master-Thesisklassen als freie Klassen, die in der Ackerstraße sitzen. Die Arbeiten sind hier auch so ein bisschen eingestreut. Wir haben im Sommersemester dann das Masterstudium mit COD zusammen gemacht, also Community Design quasi praktiziert oben. Ja, das war ein sehr schwieriger, langer Pfad, auch auf eine Art, weil wir dann doch nicht so sehr im Gebäude angekommen sind, leider uns jetzt sehr lange im Städtebau aufgehalten haben. Das wäre vielleicht im Wintersemester besser gewesen. Wir haben sehr unterschiedlichen Tiefgang bei der Konstruktion erlebt, aber auch ein paar Projekte, die doch sehr in die Tiefe konstruiert haben. Die stehen halt oben im 8. Stock bei COD. Und dann haben wir das Lehmbauseminar in Sechsen schon kurz gesehen. Das war so quasi unser Lehrprogramm. Das große Thema, was wir dieses Jahr hatten, war NBL 5. Wir haben also 5-jähriges gefeiert und dann auch die große Ausstellung. Deswegen haben wir hier eingeflochten in die Ausstellung hier und in der Halle 2 relativ viel Arbeiten aus den letzten Jahren, die quasi nochmal so ein bisschen einen Querschnitt mit zeigen, was wir in den 5 Jahren so angestoßen haben. Genau, dann kann man vielleicht noch sagen, dass wir für das Holzziegel-Lehm-Projekt, das ist hier vorne ausgestellt. Das geht auch um ein Low-Tech-Gebäude der Stadt und Land, wo wir quasi Forschungsbegleitung machen für ein forschungsnahes Projekt, was aber realisiert werden soll, wo wir wirklich, denke ich, schon relativ stark von Sprunginnovationen sprechen können und Kreislaufgerechtigkeit Low-Tech auf den sozialen Wohnungsbau übertragen. Und dafür haben wir den DGNB Challenge Sustainability Challenge gewonnen, also einen ganz schönen nationalen Preis und relativ gutes Echo quasi auf unsere Forschung auch. Ja, NBL 5 hat quasi so in dem Diskurs, den wir geführt haben in den 2 Tagen, die wir hier auch gefeiert und Symposion hatten, so ein bisschen Konsolidierung gemacht. Wir haben jetzt 5 Jahre Attacke in der Lehre gemacht und haben auch 5 Jahre die Forschung angestoßen. Wir haben jetzt ein relativ starkes Forschungsteam und wollen uns jetzt halt eher mal so ein bisschen auf Kontinuität begeben und dann die Dinge quasi die Stellen durchschleppen, aber auch dann die Forschungsthemen auf dem Niveau halten und einfach so in diesen Reallaborkontexten weiterarbeiten. Ja, das ist vielleicht das, wo wir in diesem Sommer 23 stehen. Herzlichen Dank vor allen Dingen an die ganzen Studierenden des MBL.
Ja, vielen Dank. We will continue to go just straight over to the next room opposite of us, also einfach nur geradeaus rüber. Und wir sehen jetzt gleich Bau- und Stadtbaugeschichte.
Hier rein, wenn ihr Bock habt, beim Rundgang mitzumachen. Dann hier. So. Hallo. Wir sind doch ein bisschen früher als gedacht. Was ist das schön? Das macht ja nichts, nicht wahr? Ja. Schön. Ja, sorry für den. So, sind Sie Stress? Weil wir dafür weniger Arbeit. Noch mehr Ich check mal ganz kurz, was mit dem Technikteam ist.
Test, Test. Ich teste jetzt gerade für den Livestream. Wir haben gerade ein bisschen technisch versuchen wir gerade, das alles Was sagt Peter Fischer? Feedback. Wollt ihr mir kurz ein Feedback geben? Ja, okay, dann warten wir noch. Jetzt? Ja? Okay, weil es kommt nämlich auch alles mit 2 Sekunden Verzögerung an. Falls ihr irgendwas sagt, was ihr nicht sagen solltet, können wir schnell ausmachen. Nee, natürlich nicht. Okay, gut, dann läuft jetzt alles. Okay, great. Deutsch oder Englisch? Okay, great. Then I switch back to English. And yeah, I don't want to talk too much and just hand over to Professor Schlümme.
Yes. Thank you very much. No, thank you for the applause. I try to keep up to it. So welcome to the space of the Chair of History of Architecture and Urbanism. I first present the team. It's Melanie, Liang, Heike, Nadine and Katharina, who are scientific collaborators between teaching and research. And some of the research topics are behind you in very brief presentations. And then as tutors, we are Tamar, Markus, Anja, Simon and Shahadat, and Gabi is the office manager. And so what are we showing in this space? We are showing building survey and building documentation as we do it for 3rd and 4th semester bachelor architecture students, and you see it on that wall. And we are documenting existing buildings hands-on, on-site, and we are documenting geometry and the construction and the materiality and everything with the aim to understand the building culture, which is in a building, in an existing historical building. That understanding can be the base for concepts for reuse, for Bauen im Bestand, and it is also a sort of cultural sustainability we are aiming at. And as Chair for History of Architecture and Urbanism, we try to open spaces for critical reflection. But we are also very concrete and work hands-on with objects, and we are doing oral history. So we are interviewing all people involved with an architecture, and we regularly offer PIF. And therefore bring all these aspects directly into the design studios. And we present some of the seminars we did in the last year. And there is model and type on that wall. And we have East Asian wooden constructions you see on the tables here, taught by Melanie, and you used models as cognitive instruments. And then we had the seminar Reuse, taught by Katharina, where participants looked at reuse in its current and especially historic dimension. So what we can learn from history, where reuse was a very widespread practice. And then we had the seminar Fragments of Roundness, taught by Liang, and that was on form, on spatial quality, on meaning reconsidered, and you worked on that topic in the seminar. And then a seminar where almost the whole chair was involved was about Tang Yang, Chinese paper models from Qing dynasty from 19th century, and there are some of them conserved in the Ethnological Museum here in Berlin. And we went there with all the participants to document and reproduce and study these models. And you see that we did a photogrammetric reproduction, which is
running as a film over the screen here, and we also printed the model in 3D. And from the hands-on experience with the original model in the museum, the participants developed research questions with the aim to investigate Chinese spatial concepts, Chinese architectural culture, Chinese ceremonial, Chinese court culture, and so on. And then there is a seminar which just finished, Post-Western Architectural History, and the aim was to break Western knowledge hegemonies. And we are going to have a talk tomorrow at 10 a.m. In the ground floor, where there is the discussion platform, and we have interesting guests, and you are all invited, and there we will discuss this concept of post-Western approach in a wider context, and I'm sure that will be interesting, and you are all invited to come. 10 a.m. tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. As always, I invite you all to come here tomorrow with some time and spend some time here in these interesting projects. And now I would like you all to, if we go outside, go to the left, and then go to the left again into the next studio, and we'll go to Habitat Unit now. Genau, Präsentation ist ja rund. Noah ist eigentlich direkt hier bei uns dabei. Noah? Noah? Hast du kurz einen Moment? Nee, für Hermann. Ja. Jetzt haben wir gleich noch ein bisschen Wasser, oder? Eigentlich ist so für den Raum, wo den Raum, den wir jetzt haben, ja, weißt du, wer das hat? Ich fand mal. Nee, weil mein Handy und alles da drin ist. Nur das weiß ich. Genau, alle ein bisschen reinlaufen, ein bisschen verteilen, dass wir auch noch reinpassen. Please continue, walk inside. Yeah.
Was ist mit der Wollt ihr den einen weggemacht?
Von der Box, den erst leider nicht ausspielen.
Okay, okay. Mach, kommst du, mach. Jetzt. Haben wir Tape?
Ja, wir machen jetzt.
Der hier ist halt
Das hier muss aufpassen.
Der hier ist jetzt tot, Leute. Ich hab den jetzt mal markiert.
Ja, braucht noch keinen weiteren.
Ja, ja.
Okay, everyone. I know it's been a long walk. That's yeah, a little moment of silence, please. And I will hand over to Habitat Unit. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm Habitat Unit. No, my name is Anke Hagemann, and since 2 years almost, I am replacing Philipp Misselwitz as the chair of international urbanism. He's on sabbatical now with Bauhaus der Erde, but yeah. We are now we are a large team at Habitat Unit. I used to manage it together with Elke Bayer for 3 semesters, and she's now at Hochschule Anhalt with her own chair of architecture theory. So yeah, I'm not really on my own because we have a really large team of very ambitious and engaged teachers, researchers, and also students and student assistants. So very diverse and international. And I hope that can also be seen in our exhibition here today. So last year we have been looking majorly at Berlin, and we focused on Berlin in this exhibition. You can still see on the back of the wall our Berlin map, which was supposed to bring together all the projects last year, but we were not only looking at Berlin, but also on the translocal connections of the city. But now we could luckily burst the bubble of our immediate surroundings and go a little bit out of Berlin. Not only we still are looking also at Berlin, but yeah, we could go into more international fields again. And we try to illustrate this bursting of the bubble, not only in terms of going out of Berlin, but also like going out of academia, going back into the field. We tried to show it in the video, which you can see here, which is a compilation of what we are doing at Habitat Unit. So of different teaching projects, but also of our research. Unfortunately, the studio space is much too small to show all of the research projects that we are doing at Habitat Unit. You can get an overview of the projects here, and you can also scan the barcodes to get a closer look at these projects. Yeah, but yeah, what we're exhibiting largely here is the work of teaching from the last 2 semesters, of course. And I would say we had 2 big topics represented by different teaching formats. One of the topics was something like translocal circulation and the supply of cities. So the connection between urban spaces, but also the hinterlands and the lands, the areas of resource extraction. That is represented, for example, in the Morges Flux project, but also in the Urban Earth Blocks project, and maybe a little bit maybe also in the Punker studio for the bachelor students. And the other topic focuses more on inclusivity of urban spaces, of collaborative designs, and participatory approaches, which is maybe represented by the insurgent urbanism seminar, or also the queer spaces seminar, which you can see over there. So yeah, just maybe 2 or 3 teaching formats can now be introduced by our team members. Where should we start? Maybe who of you is going to introduce the Amorgas?
Yeah, do it. So Christian
Christian and I, we both co-taught the Amorgos Flux Studio. So we took basically, so after Corona, we all got stuck here. We were all largely on the screen. So we thought, okay, we have to go out again. Where do we go? Yes, of course, we go into the sun and the sea. So we went into Greece and the island of Amorgos in the Aegean to look at the impact of tourism, global migration, but at the same time also climate change and especially water scarcity on this island. So it's really lovely, but almost has no water, and a lot of impact due to tourism. So our basic approach was actually something that we established over the last years, to dissect the island through different infrastructures, look at these systems, when is an island, and when is it not an island anymore, because it is connected to kind of global hubs of transportation, to energy questions, to questions of water, food, and waste products. And we invite you to, I mean, the videos are usually about 10 to 15 minutes long, and there's also sound to it, so you can actually dive into it. We have 6 projects, and at the same time, we also went there and helped the local initiative in actually mapping and drawing out the existing ancient water infrastructures on this island, which provided sources, springs, and all kinds of things, but are largely abandoned or got unnoticed. So our students went into the field and mapped about 150 of these structures. So we handed back to the initiative that they can apply for funds and actually kind of rework the system also as an idea of not just being there intellectually, but also physically.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Juliana, and I presented here the seminars that were offered in the last 2 semesters. Both of them focused on counter-hegemonic and insurgent urban practices. We focused on the case in Brazil with a self-organized occupation called Solano Trindade. If you want to see more information, you can go to the panels as well. There's also a QR code in the videos. And we are also presenting the summer school that we did with a refugee shelter in Maxis-Viertel here in Berlin, also to explore methodologies that involve doing hands-on work, so producing and actually building stuff along with the community and developing vision building future scenarios approaches.
So would you like to say something?
Yeah, I was teaching the Urban Earth Block seminar, which is represented in that corner, and it was a partnership between Habitat Unit and Bauhaus Earth. And this fall, we will be building a demonstration pavilion with load-bearing earth blocks, so unfired building material for load-bearing application, which will be the first of its kind in Germany. And in the seminar, we did not only produce the blocks, which are also represented there, but we also explored the conventional sourcing of mineral material for the production of construction materials, and how the way we are producing construction materials right now makes them irrecyclable, and also leads to taking areas for waste disposal as well as for mining. And as an alternative, we explored the production of these urban earth blocks as a product that's completely produced from excavation materials, so from a waste material, but also a product that is 100% recyclable. And the seminar explored both the theories of understanding the material flows, but also the material science between the production of this building material.
Right, and another few words by Christian on the Queer Spaces podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Other than teaching the Amorgos Flux Studio, I was teaching the second part of the Queer Spaces seminar, where we look at queer spaces that are vulnerable, that are marginalized, that no longer exist or are on the brink of sort of like extinction or displacement. And in the second part, we tested a different methodology that we as architects, designers usually are not used to, oral histories. We worked with people who remember these places, and the format that resulted in was use a podcast, but also like audio format. So it's there's nothing to see, but a lot to hear about these places. So we looked at 6 different places from or initiatives from sports clubs to former clubbing spaces, bars, the Café Positiv, for example, like health institutions, these kind of things.
And finally, over there you can find the work of 2 Projektwerkstätten led by students under the roof of Habitat Unit, but totally independent from us. So please also have a look at that. And finally, I would like to thank our wonderful student assistants for setting up this exhibition, Katharina, Izzy, and Elise, and also Juliana. And if you would like to become a student assistant at Habitat Unit, you can apply right now. You can see the posters outside. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we will continue now to the next studio, the Architecture for Future studio. So please go through this door here and then to the left. So let's continue to Architecture for Future. Ja. Ja, ganz viel Ramped Earth, aber man ist Okay, should we maybe gather around here where we are standing? I know the works are beautiful, but maybe let's come over here. Sisi, vielleicht kannst du die noch mal ein bisschen rüber motivieren. Okay. Good. Yeah, it's a real pleasure to hand over to the chair that was before Architecture for Health. And now it's the Architecture for Future chair at the moment. And I'm really happy to give over now to Adrian.
Ja, danke dir. Ja, genau. Wir sind Architecture for Future, haben Anfang dieses Semesters für uns etwas überraschend die Herausforderung angenommen, als Aktivistin von Architects for Future dieses Lehrgebiet anzunehmen und sind gestartet mit einem super Team, was wir übernehmen durften, bei dem ich mich ganz doll bedanken möchte. Einmal bei Bernd und Jan und bei unseren beiden Tutorinnen Maria und Helen, die uns super unterstützt haben, weil wir eigentlich nicht so im akademischen Arbeiten unterwegs waren und sehr überrascht waren von dieser Aufgabe. Wir haben gemeinsam mit unseren Studierenden uns einmal dem nachhaltigen Bauen, achso, ich muss noch kurz sagen, ich, Adrian Negel, mache das gemeinsam mit Elisabeth Bröhrmann. Wir teilen uns die Professur paritätisch. Genau. Und wir haben uns einmal dem nachhaltigen Bauen als in einem Seminar gewidmet, auf politischer Ebene, aber auch auf Materialebene. Da sind so Factsheets zu entstanden, die sind in der Leseecke hinten ausgestellt. Und dann haben wir uns als Entwurfsthema der Bauakademie gewidmet, unter der Fragestellung, ob halt ein Gebäude in einer rekonstruierten Fassade den Anforderungen der Zukunft gerecht werden kann, beziehungsweise wie so ein Gebäude aussehen könnte, wenn wir Architektur heute betrachten in Zeiten der absoluten Krise, der Klimakrise, der Biodiversitätskrise. Wie muss Architektur dann eigentlich aussehen? Können wir dann neu bauen? Unter welchen Gesichtspunkten können wir neu bauen? Genau, und wie könnte dann Architektur für ein Gebäude, was sich dem Bauen der Zukunft widmen möchte, wie könnte das dann halt wirklich aussehen? Genau. Das ist so ein bisschen, dieses Thema werden wir auch morgen um 14:40 Uhr beim Panel Talk diskutieren. Genau, da wird das nochmal groß erörtert werden. Und jetzt würde ich, glaube ich, an Bernd und Jan weitergeben für das Semester vor diesem Semester.
Ja, wir können alle zusammen weiterlaufen. Ich weiß nicht, ob einer. Ja. Jetzt ist das Mikro aus. Hallo. Ja.
Ja. Ich möchte auf einem Tisch stehen. Okay, nee. So.
Du musst nicht runterfallen.
Ja, vielleicht noch nur 2, 3 Worte zum letzten Wintersemester. Da haben wir uns mit einem Bestandsbau beschäftigt, den es mehrfach in Berlin gibt. Einen Schwimmhallen-Typ, Volksschwimmhalle Typ C. Den gibt es mehrfach in Berlin, aber auch eben mehrfach leerstehend. Und wir haben eben 2 Standorte, Friedrichshain und Pankow, ausgewählt für eine Umnutzung. Damals waren wir eben noch Architecture for Health und deshalb hatten wir eine vulnerable Gruppe, mit der wir uns auch noch befasst haben, nämlich die Jugendlichen. Und so haben wir versucht, diese Schwimmhalle in einen Ort für Jugendliche umzuplanen. Und die Herangehensweise war eigentlich die, dass wir uns als erstes mit der vulnerablen Gruppe, also mit Jugendlichen, auseinandergesetzt haben. Und zwar über Filmcharaktere, das sieht man da hinten, da hängen überall ganz viele Bilder. Das sind rein assoziative Bilder, entstanden eben durch einzelne Filmcharaktere, mit der sich die Studierenden auseinandergesetzt haben. Und daraus dann als nächstes haben wir eben nach dieser Bilderrecherche und Titelfinden, haben die Studierenden Raumfragmente entwickelt, die hängen dort ganz bescheiden. Und mit diesen Raumfragmenten wurden dann Kompositionen zusammengesetzt aus diesen Fragmenten und erst dann praktisch Richtung, ja, schon eben eher zweite Hälfte des Semesters sind wir auf den Bestand losgegangen, sodass wir eigentlich gehofft hatten, eine ziemlich stark räumliche Idee schon zu haben und dann die an so einem Bestand versuchen anzuwenden. Und genau, also grundsätzlich ist es eben eine Frage für uns, wie kann man sich mit dem Bestand auseinandersetzen und trotzdem auch mutige räumliche Ideen entwickeln, die dann eben auf eine Situation treffen. Genau. Ja, das war's schon. Ja.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Und wir gehen jetzt weiter. Und zwar sehen wir jetzt ein Studieprojekt. Und zwar die Projektwerkstatt Xgora. Und wenn wir jetzt runtergehen, dann bleiben wir direkt hier bei der Treppe unten stehen und spreaden uns ein bisschen aus. Ich glaube, wir müssen schauen, dass wir da alle Platz finden. Genau. So we just go downstairs, these stairs, and it's kind of on the first flight of stairs. See you there in a moment.
Das war das einzige.
Achtung! Warte, warte. Maria muss da bleiben. Alles gut, alles gut. Hier?
Hey! Wir haben es langsam geschafft.
Ihr kommst hier noch zwischendurch wieder wie.
Ja.
Erstaunlich, Leute bis zum Ende durchgehalten haben. Oder sind die erst gerade dazu frisch gestoßen? Hat irgendjemand die gesamte Rundgang durchgezogen? Ja? Außer dir? Außer dir?
Am Torhaus.
Ja? Ja. Nee, der Kerl kommt jetzt noch ein bisschen aus.
Yeah, all of you guys upstairs, would you mind following us? Or I'll start calling out your names. Hendrik und Marc, ihr könnt auch runterkommen.
Oder?
Yes, this is the correct station. You can, yeah, chill on the stairs, or you can come down. Maybe gather around a bit. Come over. Yes, you over there. Okay, I would maybe say, should we just start? Okay, then I just hand over to you guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh, loud. Oh. This small and tiny space is ours for the first time. X Agora Project Lab. Our last day, actually. We have been doing this for 2 years, and what we basically do is teach students, not just architecture students, but students from all disciplines, to use extended reality technologies, meaning augmented, virtual, mixed reality, all those buzzwords, and try to use it for some kind of science communication. And we try to do this on a, look, there we have the glasses. I mean, I don't think we have time, 7 minutes for tryouts. It looks just like a little bit, some posters and some glasses, but there's a lot inside. We do a lot of image tracking, if someone has heard that. It's like, I think we have to show something, yeah, right? Something, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, but the basic idea, maybe if, no, that's my phone, yeah. The Rundgang, our small Rundgang starts here, and yeah, just to explain the basic principles for those who maybe have not heard of it before. In this case, we have just our simple 2D poster, and with a quick click and through the lens of your smartphone, it becomes like the 3D globe turning around. And I'm a bit shaky. And yeah, and also if you then hit this enter button, you will land in a virtual room. I think it's not very easy to see on here, but you basically are inside this globe, and there we have like a small lobby with some information. Nothing that interesting, because this is what we do. And yeah, what is a lot more interesting is what the students do in our project lab. We encourage them to do whatever project they want, as long as it has like a tiny bit of science communication in it. And this semester we are particularly proud of our project. Maybe you want to show the people what our
Yeah, basically this semester we had two projects. The first one is the Tors project. It was like about the Tor house on the Tempelhofer airport area, and they did like a augmented reality documentation about it. Like they divided the group in different parts and told something about the history of the area and future utopias. And if you use the same technology like before, like augmented reality, you can scan the QR codes and see what they worked out on. You will get like a text that will be told from a voice, and you will get some utopia. Linus will show it. I think it's easier.
It's meant to be actually an experience for when you are there at the Tor house. So what the group did is they found like unique spots, like this drawing on the stuff, and with image tracking they replaced it with like relevant information, something about history, about future visions of the place, historical map data, and all that stuff. But okay, how do I do it like here? Yeah, just maybe a quick example. When you would be at the Tor house, you would be asked to find one of those spots, and when you find it, you can then scan it. Which one is this? The Tor shield. And yeah, you get, for example, this is information about the initiative that is trying to reuse that building for something else. You can get it read, as Janne said. And yeah, the idea is to use that technology to overlay information on buildings, basically.
Everything we did, like every project we did it also in VR. So if you have time or if you are interested afterwards, you can check it out with the VR glasses. And yeah, this was the first big project we had this semester. The second one was Green Circle. It's like a game developed also with VR to that we by the way we have it right here, so you can check it out too. With different parts, you can evolve your knowledge about what's good to be in like in what combination of things we would have to grow in combination to have a like really balanced result. On the other hand, from the last semester, we have also two projects here. You can check it out too. The first one is a labyrinth where you have to walk away, and you come to different corners where you have to take a decision which way you want to go. And the first one, you get informations on both ways before, and you have to figure out which one is correct. So one way is correct, and if you take it, you go to the next corner, and the second one is fake. And if you take the fake one, you will get to the way to the corner before. The other one was a project about Barrierefreiheit, accessibility, because the group wanted to show how inaccessible much parts of the city are, and they made like VR model where you can explain it.
As we said before, it's really all stuff that you have to try out with a cell phone, with the glasses on and stuff. And yeah, but maybe to sum it up, how much time do I have left, Luke? 1 minute. Okay, yeah. We're not just trying out how this new technology can be used in science communication. We also try to be very critical, because like a lot of usages of this technology always have this dystopian vibes with it, and like all those questions, where we live in a simulation, or will we never meet again and just meet in virtual spaces? And, you know, like with all this, I don't like this word, but metaverse, like the buzzword from the last 2 years, like it's like polarizing. People are like, and yeah. And we try to find like the middle way, be euphorical, but also critical about what we can do with this technology. And yeah, I think especially in architecture, in the future, we will find maybe some nice use cases for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always great to see student-initiated projects come to fruition. And now we'll continue. Maybe I would say we quickly look at the game from Hendrik Schulz. Okay, we will continue on this floor, just straight down and then to the left. And then you'll see an installation on the first floor. So we just, we don't go down the stairs, we just turn left, follow the floor, and then to the left. Can you make maybe some space for the technique? Some space, just because it's so heavy. Thank you. Are you good first? More. Hast du gesehen, dass das hängt noch das alte Plakat von letzten Jahr? Ja, ja. Ja. Over here, everyone. Huh? Aber es sind ja nicht viele früher fertig. Ja, weil ich habe gesehen, dass einzelne Stationen als gar nichts mehr zu sagen haben. Das ist sehr viel Hochschule, Sportschule, dann sagen wir noch was Abschluss. Okay, I think, which is also nice, a little small group. So we can maybe all come a bit closer. And yeah, the chair for architecture theory will say a few words to this nice installation here.
Yeah, thank you. I will also give the word to Klaus because Klaus was also responsible for the project together with Jörg Leiter and Marco Palladines. Maybe just one thing. This is a project that is a part also of the Lange Nacht der Wissenschaften, and maybe it's something that could help also to a little bit thematize also the Institute the value of PhD research, because this is also PhD research, and the result of this also kind of new level of teaching practices at the Institute. So what is the role also of a PhD thesis as a research, but also as a kind of teaching practice at the Institute, also for the students that are now in the master. I give Klaus the word.
Yes, just a couple of words, since I think this exhibition is best experienced by looking at things and reading the texts Marco Palladines produced. Marco is in a very particular position, I think. He was educated as a sociologist and did his PhD between the Department of Sociology and the Fachgebiet Architekturtheorie here. And what he was investigating both in his PhD thesis and in this exhibition here is a very young building practice back in Bolivia, in particular in the city of El Alto. And what you can already see from the images, it has a very particular, very strong form of expression. And what Marco was studying as a sociologist was really the means and the conditions of production of these types of this very young indigenous building practice. Maybe a concept, a concept you will come across in this exhibition is that of transmodernity. And Marco positioned that concept because it's very difficult to distinguish in these very easily outspoken categories, the Western and the non-Western. Transmodernity is for him a conceptual vehicle to actually overcome these polarities and to discuss critically both local and global conditions of production which unfold in this type of architecture. That's it. I think I cannot reiterate Marco's word with that amount of precision. He elaborated it in both in his PhD thesis and here in the exhibition. So the words here are more trustworthy.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then we will continue with historische Bauforschung und Denkmalpflege just over there. And then after that, we have one more station, and then we all go for some nice drinks.
Soll ich das Ding nochmal nehmen?
Ja, gerne.
Ist das mit der Technik okay?
Ja, ich übergebe gleich.
Ja. Ja, danke, Luke. So, schließlich sind wir bei der historischen Bauforschung und Denkmalpflege angelangt. Und ja, wir sind hier auch an sich ein großes Team. Und heute stellvertretend für dieses Team bin ich hier. Ich leite dieses Fachgebiet und Mada Saleh und Josephine Beusch ist dabei. Und wir sind natürlich noch zahlreiche andere Mitarbeiterinnen. Und bei uns geht es einmal um den Masterstudiengang Historische Bauforschung und Denkmalpflege. Das ist also auch, ein Masterstudiengang hier am IfA, bei dem auch eben viele Studierenden der anderen Architekturstudiengänge mitmachen, weil wir fast alle unsere Lehrveranstaltungen geöffnet haben, sodass es letztlich möglich ist, eine Art Double Degree zu machen für diejenigen, die sich dafür interessieren. Bei uns stehen eben diese zwei Aspekte im Vordergrund, die Bauforschung, der analytische Teil, der allerdings nicht so theoretisch ist, wie es klingt, sondern sehr handfest. Wir sind vor Ort, sind sehr praxisorientiert in diesem Sinne, aber betreiben im gleichen Sinne auch Grundlagenforschung. Und überall sind Studierende eingebunden. Zunächst mal innerhalb des Studiengangs geht es zunächst mal um die Bauaufnahmeübung, wie wir das hier auf dem Plakat sehen können, in Brandenburg an der Havel. Und dann haben wir eine ganz besondere Sache. Wir sind ja ein Projektstudium. Das heißt, wir haben ein sogenanntes Jahrgangsprojekt, bei dem wir uns tatsächlich ein Jahr lang um ein Gebäude in Berlin-Brandenburg kümmern, dieses analysieren. Und das war letztes Jahr die St. Aloysius-Kirche in Berlin-Wedding. Inzwischen ist es St. Ansgar hier im Hansaviertel. Und es ist so, dass wir bei unseren Forschungsprojekten eben auch Studierende einbeziehen, die da ihre Masterarbeiten machen, später dann Doktorarbeiten. Und da haben wir jetzt mal den Übersicht über die verschiedenen Forschungsprojekte. Also das geht los mit der Türkei. Da haben wir 2 DFG-Projekte, insbesondere ein Langfristprojekt Pergamon, bei dem inzwischen 2. Doktorand beteiligt ist. Und dann untersuchen wir eben die Ostthermen in Pergamon. Da sind inzwischen auch schon 5 Masterstudierende beteiligt. In Rom, Sette Bassi, sind 2 Masterarbeiten entstanden. Und da gebe ich jetzt mal weiter Erbil, dafür ist nämlich Madda zuständig.
Okay, vielen Dank, Tekla. Ja, genau. Also wir haben auch noch weitere Projekte im Irak, also im nordischen Teil von Irak, in Kurdistan, Erbil, Norden Irak. Bei uns geht es nicht nur also um historische Bauforschung, sondern auch um die Nachhaltigkeit und um die Denkmalpflege. Und das neue Projekt geht es um die Recycling, also von die älteren Lehmziegel und die einfach neu verwenden in die Bauten, also in die älteren Bauten. Hier haben wir auch 2 Masterprojekte und auch verschiedene Studierende als Mitarbeiter dabei bei diesem Projekt.
Ja, und vielleicht im Libanon, da gebe ich dann nämlich gleich wieder zurück am Madda, haben wir jetzt eine Exkursion gemacht. Das ist das Plakat hier quasi um die Ecke. Da waren 30 Studierende dabei und 10 Mitarbeiterinnen. Und was noch im Libanon passiert ist, sagt wieder Madda.
Genau, also wir haben auch eine große oder eine längere Geschichte bei der Zusammenarbeit in Jordanien und im Libanon. Und zuletzt waren wir bei dieser Exkursion, wo wir auch ein Memorandum of Agreement, also mit der Lebanese University unterschrieben haben. Das geht für die nächsten 5 Jahre. Und wir werden in Sachen der Forschung und Lehre kooperieren. Wir haben zusammen jetzt auch einen Online-Kurs, wo viele auch andere Studenten aus den IfA sich auch beteiligen können. Und dort haben wir die Exkursion gemacht und auch von der Seite, die libanesische Seite, also kamen auch weitere Studierende mit uns dazu und wir beantragen in den nächsten Jahren noch weitere Projekte. Also wir werden auch mehrere Workshops machen. Unser letzter Workshop in Lebanon bis auf die Exkursion war 2021, wo wir im Rahmen von Post-Conflict Recovery of Cultural Heritage auch eine große Schulungsmaßnahmen gemacht und das wird jetzt weiter 24 gehen, ich bin im falschen Jahr. Und in 2025 haben wir noch weitere große Forschungsprojekte vor, die wir auch mit unseren Kollegen an der Lebanese University machen würden.
Ja, wir haben im Weiteren eine Kooperation mit der verbotenen Stadt in Peking und sind dort eingeladen zu Kursen zusammen mit chinesischen Universitäten, die ausgesucht werden, eben von der verbotenen Stadt. Und da laufen dann auch regelmäßig Masterthesen für unsere chinesischen Studierenden, die regelmäßig hier auch anfangen. Vielleicht auch noch mal zu unserem Masterstudiengang, der wird sich jetzt öffnen, noch stärker für ArchitektInnen, weil wir jetzt zusehen, dass wir auch die Kammerfähigkeit bekommen, sodass das vielleicht noch attraktiver werden kann. Insbesondere vielleicht auch die den Masterstudiengang, diese irre Hürde, ich war bei den Auswahlgesprächen dabei, einfach nicht nehmen konnten. Vielleicht ist das eine Chance und wir würden uns insbesondere auf Berliner Studierende freuen. Ja, bei Rückfragen immer gerne.
Ja, vielen, vielen Dank. And we have now our last station, which will be down there. So maybe we can just go downstairs, gather around in the circle, and then it will be this final station for this evening tonight. Thank you so much. Okay, we're having our last station here. I know you're sitting here, but maybe you can have your conversation outside. And yeah, it was a long day, I think, for all of us. And now we're down here, the same space where we would like you all to come tomorrow. And now we've been listening a lot about all the different bubbles. We saw them. Some of the chairs are already trying to pop them. And tomorrow we really want to pop it and get together and talk about this, not just listening, being quiet, but also engaging. So for everyone tomorrow, we would really hope for you to participate. We have some very exciting talks. And it's starting with the chair for architecture, the history of architecture and urbanization, as we heard already before, about post-Western architectural history. And then it will be followed by Fachgebiet Hehl, Life Outside the Bubble, the alumni report from Future of Typology and Practice. Then we'll listen to the group Diversity and Equality. It's about sharing is caring, learning from other activist groups. And then we'll hear Neue Lehre braucht das Land from DECO. We'll come to Bauakademie jetzt, wenn gestern die Zukunft sein soll, was ist dann morgen, from Architecture for Future. And then we'll have a very interesting student project, as I think. It's called Planning is Caring, Do We Care Enough, from David Freeman, who's doing his master thesis here at the moment. And it will be a lot about initiatives here at the IfA. How do we engage? How can we even maybe engage with the outside? And at the end, we'll have our puppet talk from IfA Expo team. And you can already see some teasers over here. We'll see some questions. We also see some answers. And yeah, I all want to invite you, especially to come to our talk at 5 p.m., where, yeah, we want to talk about different topics here at the university. And also, I want to give a shout out to our bookshop, where you can get all the different books from the different chairs. And yes, and because we hadn't been there, walking through all this building, a big shout out to all the bachelor theses. You can see them in full display over there in the forum. So please go over, have a look. They put a lot of work and effort in it. And I think I shouldn't say too much now. I think we all need a break. And let's take a break now. Let's come back together tomorrow and pop it.